I've been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding, still in it, I've been counting these digits. Excuse me, I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me. The crash came when the cash came. Spend it before you get it like those rookies all on draft day. For the love like it's match game. Hit the ground running, really do it for my last name. They act different when the facts change. I'm not with the tip for tag games. In my own league, I don't chase game. In my own league, I don't hang with lanes. I know I've been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding, still in it, I've been counting these digits. Excuse me, I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me. Now how could that be? Talking about who can be talking about me. Feeling like Stretch where I got all this reach. Feeling too blessed when I step on these beats.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Tonight is the night. Let me get my headphones on.
Yeah, you need to get immersed.
Yeah,
you need that surround sound going on. You know, you need to get in the moment. Georgia's like, Lord Jesus, I'm in.
I just need my
Go ahead, Georgia. How are you feeling?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. You've been busy still? You still dealing with all the fallout of Donald Trump?
Yes, all of that.
Oh, we can talk about that right now.
No,
right now. That's going to be the first thing. So I know that you guys are against the Donald Trump, and that's one thing I want to talk about first. So the question is, what's wrong with being voting
for him?
Oh, no.
Oh,
Here goes the reason why.
You voted for Donald Trump? You went against Kamala.
Oh, Georgia.
So here's the thing. No, absolutely, I did not vote for him.
And I'm going to show you why you messed up. You know why?
Don't do that.
Yes. Why is what has the Democrats done for black people? What have they done for men? And we're going to talk about that. That is one reason that Donald Trump won. He started going for the average men, the men that have been left behind. When we say what's wrong with average, that's the problem, because a lot of the average men who used to be able to go to college or didn't even go to college, get out of high school, support a family, do all those things, wasted behind. When you look at the whole Democrat Party and what they were looking at, they had 16 things that they were going with. It's LGBTQ, all of those things. None of that listed were men. At no time, they left the men behind. And so first, I'll let CNN tell you what happened in the race and why it's never going back. Go ahead, CNN, and then we'll talk about why average men are getting left behind.
Masculinity. What is aspirational masculinity?
Aspirational, feeling good about being a man, believing you are entitled to more economic opportunity than is currently presented. And that is when you are purposely and explicitly advocating for 76% of the population. Are you advocating for them, or are you discriminating against the 24%? And that's how I think a lot of young men feel. Quite frankly, they just don't feel seen by the Democratic Party. Essentially, this was supposed to be the election, the referendum on bodily autonomy. This was the testosterone election. Look at who Trump went out. Look at
the testosterone election. See, the Democrats made it about trans this. Are you? Who's a man? I'm he, she, they, all of that. That's how y'all lost.
Who and what he went all in on. Crypto, Elon Musk, rockets, cars. You talk about podcasts.
Trump did lengthy interviews with Joe Rogan, Theo Von, Logan Paul, bussin' with the boys on Barstool, Aiden Ross. He played golf with YouTube pranksters known as the Nelk Boys. His 3-hour interview with Joe Rogan last month reached 55 million listeners and resulted in Rogan's late endorsement for Trump on election eve.
The second biggest swing here, or the portion of the female vote that swung most aggressively away from Harris and towards Trump, was one demographic: mothers. That believing.
And you know why? And you know why mothers went there? Because they got tired of seeing their sons left behind. All the mothers went there because they got tired of seeing all of their sons get left behind, get accused of they couldn't raise their men the way they wanted to raise them, and they swung. So when y'all keep saying, and so here's the thing, it was more.
Anyway, the election was bought. Okay.
Okay.
It was bought. So you all trying to stay on.
Kamala Harris got more, but Kamala Harris got more money than Trump. So she just didn't buy well.
Elon Musk has more money than anybody.
She didn't buy well.
Come on now.
She didn't buy well.
She didn't buy well. Here we keep going with it.
Aiden Ross, he played golf with YouTube pranksters known as the.
And one thing they talked about that I cut out. Kamala Harris didn't go to Joe Rogan. She went to NBC. Joe Rogan, in that interview he had 55 million views. On a regular night, MSNBC has less than 500,000. So she wasn't even going to the party. They left men behind. Play on.
Nelk Boys. His 3-hour interview with Joe Rogan last month reached 55 million listeners and resulted in Rogan's late endorsement for Trump on election eve. The second biggest swing here, or the portion of the female vote that swung most aggressively away from Harris and towards Trump, was one demographic: mothers. The conversation has shifted, and the people driving this conversation and the most emails, or the demographic I get the most emails from, are the following: single mothers worried about their sons. Are you focused on international affairs or the rights of special interests, and you want me to worry about Ukraine? You want me to have empathy for this zombie apocalypse on campuses, which is seen as very democratic? No, I want my kid out of my house, and I want him to have the same opportunities my generation had.
That's exactly right. This is what's happening. What's wrong with the average man? We couldn't be average anymore. Average doesn't get you. I'll keep playing and I'll keep going through. So
Okay.
that's what go ahead. We can talk about that.
You gotta give her. Yeah, you gotta give her.
I just can't do the Trump conversation. I can't. He's disgusting. He's vile. He bought the election with Musk, which is clear that Musk is now running the White House. So for you all to sit here and try to say
evidence, where's the evidence that he bought it?
Really?
I mean, that's plain. That I'm not gonna excuse that. I gotta push back on that. That's very plain that everybody is definitely confirmed that Elon Musk spent a lot of money on promotion of Donald Trump becoming president, and he's reaping the whirlwind from it. I'm not gonna go ahead and say that didn't happen. Of course it happened, but at the end of the day, it's not illegal.
So now we have an idiot that's destroying the country. So.
Unfortunately, yeah, the American people wanted it.
I wouldn't say he's an idiot. Even Van Jones said he has to be brilliant, because not only did he win once, he won twice.
He didn't win the first time. He bought the election the first time. He couldn't buy enough people the second time. So now the third time, Elon Musk, who has even more money, was able to buy the election.
So he bought the election when he beat Hillary, when nobody thought he was going to beat Hillary. When no one thought he was going to beat
Nobody
Hillary.
is. First of all, a woman is never going to be in the presidency ever. There are
so then if you knew that, then why would Kamala Harris be a good opportunity for the Democratic Party to slide her in?
Anybody's better than Trump.
And here's the thing. The one unique thing I have to give Donald Trump, and I know this is off topic, and we're going back on topic, guys that came in here. The one unique thing about Trump is when he took his lump on his loss, he immediately started campaigning for 4 years straight.
Mm-hmm.
While the Democratic Party was hemming and hawing around with Joe Biden possibly running again and not being of his full capability, instead of building somebody up to replace him early, like 2 years in, to start replacing him as somebody that could be of note. And then Biden's ego getting in the way, initially saying, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and run, when he was just supposed to be an interim president for the Democratic Party. He changed his mind midstream, said, I'm going to run. Then once he started fumbling the bag, he stepped out the way immediately. And now Kamala is being forced upon everybody in the Democratic Party, regardless of whether she's eligible or not, whether she's qualified to win or not. That had no bearing. It's here. You're going to take her and like it. And anybody they put up against her really wasn't prepared or even able to overcome where she was already positioned in the party.
But I'm going way
It was
beyond.
a setup.
What happened was they never talked to men. Obama was blaming men. You blame men. They blame men for everything. They reached out to the DEI, LBT alphabet
Say
community,
alphabet.
whatever. Yeah, the alphabet community. Women's rights, gay marriage. They never talked to men. And so what Donald Trump did, he actually started talking to men. And that's why I said it was the testosterone, because they let the men start coming in. See, it gets to the point where if you were a man, it was like, well, what has anybody done for me? Nobody's talked to me. And so the shift even came where they said the women. So it was white women started following their men, because white women knew that in order for my men to run things, I got to change things. And if it comes to the point, and I'll play this one.
You cannot believe what is coming out of your mouth right now.
Yes, this is what happened to me. I'm going to show you that this is how ridiculous it got. I'll play this.
He performs Heimlich, but then gets called into HR.
Let me get from the beginning.
He performs Heimlich, but then gets called into HR. Yes, that's what happened to my brother. So he works for a company that has an on-site cafeteria on campus. Okay, so it works out great for many of the employees. Him and his team, before a presentation, went down for lunch. I think it was a team about 6 to 8. I don't remember the exact number. They went down for lunch, and one of the girls on the team started coughing really bad. Everyone at the table was like, "Hey, are you okay? Are you okay?" And she's like, "Yes, yes, yes," until she did this whole motion, right? And then she starts pointing at her throat. So obviously that's the motion of I'm choking, okay? And so my brother quickly gets up, because he was sitting next to her, and does the Heimlich, which then dislodges whatever that was stuck in her throat, food or some sort. And so she turns around, she say, "Hey, thank you so much." And then one of the other girls took her to the bathroom. He thought that was the end of it. Apparently not. 2 days later, he gets called into HR. He's a little bit confused about what's going on. They stated that there's an investigation open on him for SA. Apparently, she reported him for SA because she felt the touch during the Heimlich was inappropriate. Their bodies were too close, and that she could feel his private. They took his statement. They said they're going to investigate. So he said it took about a week or so. They called him back in, and they said that he was cleared.
Hold on 1 second. I just one thing. Real quick, I want to do a sound check with our new panelist. Todd, can you hear us? Mic check.
Mic check.
All right, now we need to hear you. Quick, say something.
And would I be sure?
Okay, good. Okay. All right, we good.
Hey, shout out to Andre Crossan. That's one of the most busiest men I know. Between him and Anton Daniels, they making videos and dropping them like gems. So please make sure that you got to check him out, because he's dropping them like gems every day.
Right.
Is that brother live again? So welcome in, Andre. As we say, Andre, what's wrong with being an average man? As you can see what this lady was saying, a man can't even perform a Heimlich on someone. So men have started to step back. They started to say, you know what? I don't even want to participate anymore, because by me participating, I get in trouble. By me just being a man, the fact that masculinity, like they said, masculinity is now called toxic masculinity. The average man has nowhere to go. And we're going to get into the average men, how they have been lost. Go ahead.
Who?
Oh, no. Oh, you don't want to keep? I'll keep going with it. Let's go. We're going to keep rapping.
Has no desire for the average male, and that because of things like social media, online,
I can't hear you.
lines, as well as just some of the
That one's kind of low.
female empowerment, where a lot of women have this is what they say, an elevated sense of self,
Divine
and now
intervention.
they feel like they're above a lot of these average male.
So what has happened is a lot of average women feel that they are better than the average man. Average man can't make it anymore. And so what has happened is the average man has just said, you know what? I'm taking myself out the game. So now what you have is just the men that are top echelon. Those are the only guys out there. But women are doing themselves a disfavor, because what happens? We have supply and demand. If there's less supply, there's going to be more demand. So that means the Chads, the guy to the top 10%, they are super in demand. And when you're super in demand, you can choose from whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. So when women say there's no men out there, there are men out there. They're the average men, but they don't want the average men anymore. And so later on, they find themselves by themselves, or they're at the part where they have to share men because they all want the same man. What happened to the average man? The average man that could graduate from high school, start a family, send his children through college, also graduate them through college, take vacations. Those men aren't even wanted anymore. What happened? Why don't we want those average men anymore? What has happened to society where the average man just isn't even not even desired? And what's wrong with being average?
Well, I don't think there is anything wrong with being average, and I wouldn't say that resonates through all the community of single women. I think that for a certain age brackets, I think social media has made many of these women delusional. And I don't think that their expectations or wants are necessarily realistic or attainable. And like you said it, there's this, talk about the top tier men or whatever, high value men. And there's a small percentage at the top. And so, yes, you have the average men who are getting avoided, ignored, stepped over, abused, whatever. So I see it and I hear it. But I don't think all women feel that way. I think that, unfortunately, there's the social media of what the new standard of men is and what you should be striving for. And that is not reality.
But let's be real, Georgia. Who's setting the social media standard of what reality is in a woman's mind but another woman? We ain't setting that standard.
I think I do think it's other women, but I also think it's other women who have not had substantial relationships. So you can put all you want to out there about what you want and what you desire and what you feel is worthy of you being approached, but that doesn't mean it's reality. So I think if we took a sample of women who've actually been in relationships, healthy relationships, then you would see these are average men.
Let me go over and give you the top paying 5 jobs or so of what a blue collar job is nowadays. And the name of these jobs, I can guarantee you, ain't no woman, and especially in our community, looking at these dudes at all. An elevator technician, his annual salary is $102,000. A power plant operator is $97,000. Electrical power line installers, $85,000. Aircraft mechanics, technicians, $75,000. Railroad workers, $73,000. Boiler makers, $71,000. These are no exponential type of like job titles or anything like that. They're not glorified. They're not romanticized about. These are the guys that are being skipped over, but these are the guys that are actually making the most money in blue collar jobs. Go ahead, Todd.
I think the sad thing is that we've reduced men to dollar signs.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And we call average relative to the income. And when someone says, "Hey, what do you do for a living?" they're basically trying to size up your bank account. They're not trying to find out what your core values are. And so most of these people that are looking for quote unquote the average man, they are toxic and they're below average themselves because they're not talking about values. They're just simply looking at a bank account. And that usually is what they can get out of it, because if they're married for 5 or 10 years, they're going to walk away with half of it anyway. So it's almost like sizing a boxer up, right? You go into the ring and you're trying to see what they have in terms of muscles and skills and all that other kind of stuff before you go into a fight. It's really sad that we have these kinds of conversations and they all come down to pieces of paper and we don't value the person. Money has intrinsic value, and we've reduced other human beings to paper. They print paper every day, but there's only one of you on this planet, in this universe, and we don't value that individual. We value the pieces of paper that represent this individual.
And so my question to you, Georgia, who changed? Because as a woman still expects a man to pay, still expects him to open a door, still expects him to be traditional. Yet they are not traditional. So who changed?
Well, and I think, well, this is going to be interesting because I'll probably get a lot of pushback from women from what I'm about to say. I don't disagree with what is being said. I think that women have changed. I think that the way women are being raised has changed. You know, there's a lot of women. I talk about this, and I'll speak in general terms. When you talk about girls in their 20s, young women in their 20s and 30s nowadays, over half of them don't know how to cook. Over half of them don't know how to clean. Over half of them don't know how to take care of themselves or a child. That is not what women were raised to do when you actually had traditional families where men led the family. So I feel like the way women are being raised, the things that they're being exposed to, the standards and values have changed as far as what women are wanting in men and then what they're willing to give of themselves. So you want these men who make a lot of money, who are, ready to take care of you, but then what are you bringing to the table? And I'm not saying all women, but I'm saying nowadays women are either bringing education to the table or body.
But what do they want? And this one I'm going to give a shout out.
Wait. Don't skip over that so fast. You just said what? Women are bringing what and what?
They're either bringing education to the table or body.
Okay.
But men don't care about that.
No, well, there's some men that do. There's some men who actually don't worry. Are you being facetious when you said that?
No. When I said that men don't, a woman could be a woman for a man can be a president of a bank, or can be or do fries at McDonald's.
Don't care.
They don't care.
Well, but my thing is that you've got women who are putting all these stipulations on relationships or on the men. They're not bringing anything to the table. So I think there's two different things. I think, yes, I think men can pick whoever they want. If you want a woman who's working at McDonald's, that's one thing. If you desire a woman who's, working at a hospital or a surgeon for that matter, that's another thing. But the women are putting all these stipulations on men and they're not bringing anything to the table. So I think
who taught them that?
Well, I would say
that they're being raised nowadays.
I would say part of the responsibility is men. We've accepted the BS, right?
No, I think we tried not to. I'm
just saying this. We've lowered the standards, and a lot of it is our fault. We have to take responsibility for it as well. We can't just put it all on women. I mean, women would think that, okay, well, they've got to go get their MRS degree at a university because that's where the men were, right? And so they've done that, and there's been a shift. And so now we as men, we've lowered our standards as well in terms of what we would accept. I mean, let's just face it.
How so? Please spell that out. Spell that out for us.
Because we've accepted toxicity from our women as a society.
See, I want to push back. And since Andre Love Crossing is here, whoever don't know, Andre is in Colombia. And I ran across something that kind of shows the difference. This guy played Biggie Smalls, so he was kind of famous, kind of made some money. He played him on a movie. This is his experience, and it goes through, and it just shows what you say men accepted it. I don't think so. Men are just saying, we'll go somewhere else to find it. So give me a second.
Okay. But I was dating outside of my race because they was doing things better than my race. I'm gonna keep it 100.
Define better.
Well, not better, because I know where she getting ready to go. Not better.
I know you said they were doing things better. I want to know what better meant.
Not better. I'm gonna change that.
I'm trying to save you for the people, for the culture.
Not better for the culture.
There we go.
Right. Not better. I was dating Puerto Rican, I was dating Dominican, I was dating African, I was dating all type of other races besides American black, right? They were doing way more of what we expect we want our woman to do more than our American. Our American got real comfortable
Give
with...
me some examples.
That sounds like better, my G. If it's better, then don't walk it back.
Oh man, I mean, their mannerisms are different. Like even my Indian one was from Syria, one of them countries over there, right? I didn't have to really say much to do and be treated like a king. You see what I'm saying? A lot of times with our own American black, they expect so much of us and what we're supposed to do. Like things like if we go out and eat and we just have a nice dinner, we can go anywhere and eat and get a nice dinner. It had to be Rue Chris, or it had to be this, that, or it had to be this, that. Then I get somebody that's just as fine, a Cuban or a Colombian. They don't care about nothing, they care about you and your household.
Money would make a woman happy?
Yes, yeah.
Do you think a man without money can make a woman in a relationship happy?
Yeah, of course.
I just wanted you to notice the race and the accent. 1 second, where'd they go? Sorry about that.
So much of us dinner. It had to be Rue Chris, or it had to be this, that, or it had to be this, that. Then I get somebody that's just as fine, a Cuban or a Colombian. They don't care about nothing, they care about you and your household.
Money would make a woman happy?
Yes, yeah.
Do you think a man without money can make a woman in a relationship happy?
Yeah, of course. If he's a nice, kind human being, then yeah, of course. Money can't always buy you happiness, right?
Man with no money make a woman happy in a relationship.
I think so. Yes. Yes. I'm gonna say no.
No. Hell no. Absolutely not.
No.
No. Hell no. How he gonna make me happy? How you gonna make her happy with no money?
As you can see, when we keep saying culture, we keep doing that. There was every group that was not an American black woman was, I can be happy with just a man making me happy. Every woman that had an accent, that was what we would call a snow bunny. I don't need the money. I just want to be happy. As soon as they switched to the American black woman, it was all about the finance. Everything came down to money. The average man had no chance with them anymore. That's what has happened. So you keep, I know, Todd, you're saying we accept it low. I think the men just said, I'm out. I checked out. I'm going somewhere else.
Well, let me clarify. Let me attempt to clarify.
Please.
When I say that we accept it, it means that we know what we're getting into, but yet we stay. And there are many of us now who have awakened and said, I'm no longer accepting this. I'm going where I'm most respected. And that becomes a choice. We've accepted it to a point, and now we're pivoting, right? As a group, a lot of men are pivoting. But the women, I believe, started behaving a certain way because they were behaving a certain way and being successful. Now they're behaving a certain way and they're no longer successful, and they're angry because they don't know how to pivot.
See, there's a lot missing in that theory. Like a couple generations. Women didn't do this on their own. And you can't say we helped it along when society itself, let's go back to the 60s. When we started having the steel mills closing and a lot of the motor companies were closing and brothers were looking for jobs and they had to leave the home, the social services system kicked in and say, hey, if you kick him out the house, guess what? We can jump in and help you. So brothers left the home voluntarily in order for their kids to be provided for, knowing damn well once they got a job, they were going to walk back in those homes. But then, I'm sorry, sisters got comfortable with getting that check for Uncle Sam and didn't want to let him back in the house, even though they were still sending money from outside the house back into those homes, and women were double dipping at that point.
Yeah.
So they got comfortable. It wasn't us. We didn't go back on the plan. I have to say that.
I'll accept that.
Okay.
I mean, I think that there's no one answer. I think you are correct, but grandmama and them back in the day, you know, when granddad had some trouble, you know, she wasn't ready to kick him out of the house because he didn't have a paycheck, right?
Right.
And you know, modern men we've abdicated our responsibility, and we've lowered our own expectations, and we've accepted less than what we deserve. And there are a group of us who've decided that enough is enough, and we go to where we're most respected, and that is not always we become frontierless in a sense, you know, boundaryless. You know, we're more global in our mindset, and that gives us greater opportunity, especially if we're men of values. If we have values, not a high value, whatever that means, but if we have high values, let's put it that way.
So my question to you, Georgia, in your therapy session, you probably get some men who just say, man, I'm just trying to make it. And it's like they're not good enough. So how do you treat those men who are not good enough? And I want to say this because I think there's a big disconnect. Let me see if I can bring this guy up. Where was he at? And he kind of spoke on it. This disconnect that men have thought we've been doing everything right the entire time for years. And this goes back. So before I play it, let me stop it before this guy starts to talk.
Each other for 30 years.
All right. And I'm playing this because I think last week, this was the crucial part. When I grew up, my best coaches, like when I played Little League or something like that, were the average men. The guy that went to work, then he got off of work, and his hobby was being that Pee Wee League coach. Now he knew he could have had a dream. Oh, I want to be in the NFL. He knew he'd never make it in the NFL to be no coach, no college level, no high school level. He could be the Pee Wee coach of 6 to 12 years old. And on Saturday morning, that was the greatest thing he did. I say that because the guys who worked, their dads never came to practice because they couldn't. Those high value guys, they may have made it there on Saturday, but they were absent. The role models we seen were the average men. The first time I ever took a 4x4 truck with somebody was an average working man. The first guy that ever told me that it was a white guy that said, "You never heard of Jimi Hendrix?" I was like, "Jimi Hendrix? He black. How you ain't hear of him?" Average white guy. That was just a football coach that cared about a community. And I think we put so much emphasis on you got to be high value. What we don't realize is that high value comes with a cost. That high value comes with, I can't be at home. I can't take vacations. I gotta skip your school play. I gotta skip your sports. And women are sacrificing that. Go ahead, Todd.
Can we stop saying high value and just say high income?
That's a better way of saying
it. No, because I don't want to say, because sometimes it might not be income that makes you that high value person.
No, I don't believe that.
You don't think that?
I believe any woman that would characterize a man as high value is strictly talking about dollar signs.
But you can be famous. You can be famous without making a lot of money.
They don't care about that anymore. It's all about the dollar bill, y'all. That's it.
I want to get your opinion on this because this is the same subject, and this guy hit it on the nail. And I think it's the biggest disconnect when a woman says, "I want this, I want this, I want be all this, be this," and they still not happy. And so when you say that, when we say as men, the divorces are initiated by women because they're not happy, we figure we can't make him happy. And if you got that Ronin that says, I don't know, was that Mr. Jab? What do you say? If you got that one, if you can play it, I don't know where.
Oh yeah, it's up here.
But can we change the definition of when we say high value? We're talking income. Can we agree to that?
You got a woman saying no. It is about income though.
Who's saying yeah?
Yeah, I think it is about income.
Yeah.
I'm saying yes. I think we should just call it what it is and say high income men.
There it is.
So what income? So if
you trying to be PC for the women. You're going to have to take your cape off on this panel. I'm going to try to tell you, you're going to get yourself in trouble up in here.
I actually think that will offend some women.
See, there you go.
Well, because I Because we're calling it what it is. When you're talking about men that are more attractive, more appealing, we're talking about men who make a lot of money. We're not talking about men who were, working out in the community, doing, being a part of nonprofit organizations. We're not talking about those kind of men. We're talking about men who make money that can afford the lifestyles that these women have created in their heads.
Say that louder. They have created in their what?
Their heads. In their heads.
Thank you. This is not reality.
It is. I've been saying it is not reality.
They want ballers.
And it's actually laughable to me because as I continue to watch the different dating shows out there, and the women out there that are requiring these men to make, $150,000 or more, and what they're bringing to the table, it's embarrassing that this is something that you would even put out there in the atmosphere.
But here, I'm going to take that back, and I'm going to let this dude take that back, because it doesn't matter if you do that or not. Women just ain't happy. He's a psychologist. Now let him explain.
To each other for 30 years. And the wife sat down and she said, we don't argue. We don't believe in arguing. We don't have any money problems. And I was beginning to wonder, did they come in to tell me what a good marriage they have? Then she started crying. And she said, the problem is, I just don't feel any love coming from him. We're like roommates, and I just feel empty inside. Well, I looked over at her husband, and he said, I don't understand her. I do everything I can to show her that I love her. I said, well, what do you do to share your love with her? He said, well, I get home from work before she does. I start the evening meal. Sometimes I have it ready when she gets home. If not, she'll help me. After we eat, I wash the dishes every night. On Thursday, I vacuum the floors. On Saturday, I wash the car, I mow the grass, I help her with the laundry, and he went on, and I was beginning to wonder, what does this woman do? It sounded to me like he was doing everything. Yeah. And I looked back at her, and she started crying again. And she said, he's right. He's a hard-working man. But we don't ever talk. We haven't talked in 20 years. He's always mowing the grass, washing the dishes, vacuuming the floors. And I realized here was a sincere husband who was doing everything he knew to do to show his wife that he loves her, and a wife who did not get it emotionally. So eventually I took time to sit down and read several years of notes and ask myself the question, when someone said in my office, I feel like my spouse doesn't love me, what did they want?
I say that because that's the hard work. That's the high, what we call that high income man, except he's just at home. That high income man doesn't have time to talk to his wife because he's working. And it's still, she wanted the money. She got the money. Then it's like, well, you don't talk to me. Well, what do you want? Why is it that women are not happy no matter what you do?
I don't think that's a fair statement, because with that, and we talked about emotional unavailability last week, and that's exactly what that is. I see this a lot come into therapy, where you have men who are, literally busting their tails, picking the kids up from after school programs, shuttling the kids to this sport and that sport. There's no communication at home. So you've got a man who was doing everything for his family, and he's taking care of things, and he's sharing the responsibility, but there's no interaction between the husband and wife. And because I feel like that's
acting like a girlfriend.
Go ahead. What'd you say?
Because he's not acting like a girlfriend.
What do you mean?
He's not acting like a woman. He's not doing the things like women do. Women communicate in one manner and men communicate in a different one. And especially if I think this thing was talking about love languages. Men have different love languages, right?
That is, well, yes, absolutely. Yeah. But then you have to find a middle. You can't just continue operating in that space, because then he's not getting what he needs, and then she's not getting what she needs. So the thing is, just because he's not saying anything in the therapy session doesn't mean he's okay with what's going on. And so I find that a lot in therapy, where you have a woman who's very outspoken and she's talking about how unhappy she is, but then I have to separate them because he's sitting there listening. He's not saying anything. And then you pull the man outside of the therapy session and you have that individual session alone with the man. And then you ask him, are you happy? And then he falls apart. And he said, I'm like, okay, what is going on here? Well, I don't know how to communicate with her. She's always angry. She's always upset with me that I'm out working. So they never learned how to talk to each other. So he wasn't getting his needs met either. But she was the one complaining about it. So men will continue going down this path of just, making sure all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. It doesn't necessarily mean that he's happy. A woman is more likely to speak up and say, you know what, this is not working for me. So a lot of times I struggle with the statistics that you all bring. Well, women are divorcing because they're not happy. Well, chances are the man is not happy either. But he's just not.
The difference is the man going to stick through it. We don't give up. We just keep going because we get married for duty.
Well,
we don't let our feelings get into it.
No, that is not true. A lot of times men have literally just gotten so used to just being pushed aside. And this goes back to childhood, that they're not willing to rock the boat just because this is something they're accustomed to. So they don't know any different. So you're saying that a man's not willing to, he's not willing to rock the boat, or he's not willing to break. That's not why. This is most often.
He didn't say he's not willing. He said that we understand duty. There's a difference. We will kick you right up out the boat once we hit our breaking point. But we're willing to go through the ebbs and flow of what a relationship is out of duty and loyalty and the words that we actually commit to. Men are very simple.
Okay. Well, so this is where I push back, because oftentimes in therapy, the reasons why men are choosing to stay is financial. They don't want to lose everything. The second reason is they don't want
2 divorces. I don't believe that at all either.
Okay, well, I'm telling you, this is what I experience in therapy. So you can't tell me what I don't experience in therapy. So the other reason is they don't want to lose that connection with their children. So they don't want it to be taken out of the home. Even though you've got the joint custody, this, that, and the other, they don't want to not be in their children's lives every day when their child wakes up.
So we are willing to sacrifice our happiness for the sake of the marriage, for the sake of the happiness of our children.
But it is not for this. I'm glad you said that. It is not for the sake of the happiness of your children, because a lot of times the people who are coming into therapy about the trauma they experienced in their childhood, or the disconnect in their marriage because they never saw how to communicate and how to interact at home between their mothers and fathers, they have carried that over into their marriage. They didn't have anybody modeling what a healthy relationship looked like. So it's not, a lot of people, I'm staying because of the kids. The kids see through the bullshit. The kids see through the fact that you can't stand each other. The kids see through the fact that you watch TV in your bedroom and he's downstairs working on his car.
What's one of the reasons that divorce happened? It's like one of the number one reasons. Is it financial?
Finance.
Infidelity. Well, I'm going to say it with my experience, neck and neck with infidelity and finance.
Who is complaining about the finances?
It's equal, and I say that because a lot of times you have men
that doesn't even go statistically.
Well, hold on. You have a lot. Well, so I will say this: when I'm talking about my experience, this is my experience. I'm not going off of what's going on in the world. So I understand that the numbers might be off, but from my experience, a lot of the times the men are walking away because they're tired of financing everything. They're tired of the fact that the woman has no respect for the fact that he is out working 60 hours a week and she just wants to spend. So it goes both ways here. You've got a woman who's tired that her man's making all this money, but he's never home, or he's not making enough money. And then you've got the man who's like, I'm tired of working and you don't seem to care that you're spending every dime I bring in the house.
And that goes to say that the average man just can't make it.
It's your passports, bro.
So Todd, you have a channel to talk about the manliness. What is your comment on a man being average? Is there anything wrong with a man?
Average is being overrated. Average is being overrated. There's no. I mean, average is in the minds of whoever said that. That's a non sequitur. What does average?
What does average mean?
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things. It's one of those things that have no meaning, but people think they're smart when they say it.
So if I say on a scale of 1 to 10, what are you?
Me, 11.
That's confident.
I'm scaleless.
Right.
You know, because I mean, people we live in a continuum. I mean, it's not a hierarchy, it's a continuum where there's a starting point and there's an end point, and that's it. And I've never seen a Brinks truck buried next to a casket. I haven't seen it. You know, it's probably the pharaohs believed it, but you know, they turned to dust anyway. So I mean, the whole word salad is just BS. Average is overrated. There's no such thing. And when it comes to relationship, there's no 50-50. You're 100 and 100. You're all
oh
in.
my God, how many times I've said that?
That's
Thank
it. You know, average.
But,
what is
but when I say that, but what happens when you don't define that is you'll have a 250-pound woman that says I'm a 10 and I can get anyone when I want.
And that's called delusion.
But it doesn't matter that she lives in delusion because
that's okay. If somebody's supporting it, then somebody's supporting it. But
yeah, exactly. I mean, why would a woman let herself get that way? Because somebody accepted it. Just like a man. If a man lets himself go, why did he let himself go? Because somebody accepted it.
Right? I don't necessarily feel it's somebody accepted it, because there's a lot of single out women out there who are 250, 300 pounds who've never been in a relationship. There are a lot of men out there who are out of shape, overweight, and have never been in a relationship.
Okay,
so,
well, we don't speak we're speaking in generalities. We know that there are always some. We're not speaking of all. So let's just define. We're talking about some. We're not talking about 100%. We're not talking about all. So I agree, but for someone who is out of shape, very boisterous, and they think that they're a 10, somebody told them that they were a 10 and they believed it.
Somebody lied or was
sometimes they tell themselves that.
Yes.
And they have girlfriends that bolster it as well. Girl, you look great. Stop lying to her.
Well, I mean, even if it's your
ain't no brother. Listen. We can be in a group of brothers. Ain't no one brother gonna look at his friend and know that he's out of shape and give him a compliment like, "Yo, bro, you look good." No, brother, we need to get you in the gym.
We understand that, but what I'm saying is, even if you're talking about a woman who is 250 pounds and her girlfriends are telling her, "Girl, you look good in that dress," somebody accepted it. It didn't have to mean the opposite sex. Somebody accepted that behavior.
I mean, you know,
crazy work to me.
I often go back to, I know y'all tired of me talking about Kendra G, but I just,
oh Lord Jesus, this
well,
woman.
only because I wish that I could actually have a show and have the women that have come on to Kendra G's show and ask them, when you watch this back, what did you see and how did you feel?
No, because Kendra G is delusional.
Well,
I want you to go on, if you get a chance. Kendra G was on Tamara.
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah,
you seen that, and you see you see the difference between a woman and Kendra G. The woman's like, I gotta buy your wig. You're gonna know his W-2. She's like, I would have never been with the husband that I got if I asked him them questions. I would never be with the man I got. And she's still like, well, he got to do this. He got to have this. And there's two black women. That other black woman is looking at you like you are a crazy delusional person. The white women there are looking at Kendra G like, I see why y'all community is messed up now. Man has to pay for your wig. He got to give you he got to give you all these things. That's why y'all single. Every community is looking at us like we crazy. Every black successful marriage is looking at these other women like you crazy, and I understand why you single.
And that's a perfect segue for this super chat. Thank you, Darnell, for the $50 super chat. Oh my goodness, coming out the park swinging. Anyway, he's confirming exactly what Fearless just said. It's not just American black women; it's American women, period, regardless of race. Personally, I blame feminism. Compare an American Asian woman to a woman of Asia or Hispanic American woman to a Hispanic woman of Latin America. It's culture. What do you say on that? Hold on. Let her respond, because you kind of just gave her a mouthful and Darnell's backing you up.
I agree with that. I don't think
it's not just American black women. It's American or westernized women, period, that have lost the culture of what it is to be within a relationship, working together hand in hand with their men.
So I agree with that. I agree with it. So I want to go back for a second and say, the minute a woman has to list all these qualifications that she wants for a man, she's
already out the park.
She's not even in that. That's not even her circle of people. A woman men who are attracted to the women high income men, they have the women that they're attracted to. Okay. You have to have yourself together. Sometimes college educated, or sometimes just smart. You're just a smart person. It doesn't have to be about college education, but you keep yourself together. You're not out there being ratchet. You're not out there, with your ass hanging out. You are put together. These are the kind of men that the men with money. Okay. And so that's why I say it's either body or degree. Sometimes it's both, but when it's both, there's a chance that's not going to work out because you're in this power struggle. Okay. So the women who have to state that these are the things that they want, those are not the men that they've ever dated, because you don't have to put it out there. It just happens because that's your circle of people. Does that make sense?
Oh, it makes perfect sense. We've had several women on the panel that have been in that circle.
Yeah.
She doesn't have to announce that's the type of man she is. She's in those circles anyway.
It just is.
I'm going to play this. And this seems to be the problem why we can't get average men, because it seems like women don't want that 9 to 5. So I just want your opinion. And I know the women are a little ratchet, but this is our women.
Oh, Jesus.
I need that bag. I'm not fucking with no regular working on 9 to 5. You gotta spend it.
6 figures plus. I need vacations. I need a nice vehicle.
I know exactly what I want. I don't want a 9 to 5 guy, and I know that isn't for me. And forgive me if I just want the finer things in life.
Oh, hell no. This is where I draw the line. Ladies, cut it out. Fellas, you gotta understand. Yes, they all want somebody making 6 figures and have their shit together. That's not the problem. But what is the problem is there's not enough of those men to go around, is it?
Exactly. This is what men see. I know it's the ratchet women, but we see those women who say your 9 to 5 ain't getting it, and they just drop out.
Okay, but what are the chances any of those women in that ratchet video you just subjected me to? What are the chances any of those women will marry?
But they not. Oh no, they're not going to marry. And this is where I think women really get it wrong. Those women are not going to marry him, but they get tossed around and tossed around and tossed around by those high value men with money, because those high value men with money are just using them for the box and then throwing them away. And so they've gotten used so much that by the time that they're ready to settle down with the good man, that good man don't want them. Or we look at their past. Oh, I'll play this video. And every man who has been successful can tell this story.
It would never be the same. I'm Alex.
Cressida.
I know you don't love me as much as I love you. I mean, but that's okay. I'm just glad you love me at all. Cressida! What are you doing?
I'm sorry, Alex.
But I love you.
Alex, I'm sorry.
Why that fool name got to be Alex?
Can I steal your paper for a moment, please?
Adam?
Alex.
Alex. Right.
Hell no.
Oh my God, look at you. How are you?
I'm good.
Wow, you look amazing.
Thank you.
Do you live around here, or?
Yes, actually I live just down. Nope.
I'm actually staying over at the Soho House.
Thanks for the paper.
Yeah, no, well.
Listen, I don't have a date.
That's very, very tempting.
Call me. I'm at the cellar.
Yeah, you said that.
That's every man's story who has been somewhere. When we have been that man who have been the nice guy, you get trampled on. So when you say those women, yeah, they're not gonna fall in love. They're not gonna find that high value man. He's gonna use them and use them up. So that's why I always said that body count did matter, because by the time they get with that good guy, they damaged goods. They damaged.
I'm struggling with the fact that you're telling me a high value man, that would be one of their options.
When you say high value, y'all said money. How many rappers? How many? Y'all said money. So how many rappers get with them chicks that are groupies and then throw them out after the end of the concert?
Okay, so maybe we need to differentiate where the money came from. Maybe we need to talk about where the money came from, because then we have high income men who are in the entertainment industry, and then we have high income men who are surgeons and, you know, things of that nature.
Scammers. They love them scammers. They love them credit card scammers, them dudes who doing all that because they got easy cash and they don't work the 9 to 5. They love that. And those guys are just scamming them, going through them. That's what they like.
I guess what I'm saying is a surgeon or somebody who is making a lot of money in the corporate world, whatever, you know, heads of these Fortune 500 companies, that's not going to be an option for them. Those type of women are not going to be an option for them.
It's an option for them, but they don't want that option. They have they have anything that they want, they can get. Right? They can slum anytime they want.
Okay, but seriously, but would a brain surgeon even go into that space?
It depends.
I don't believe it.
He could. I mean, there's
a lot of class women out there.
Money answers all things. Money answers all things. If you have money and enough of it, you can do whatever it is that you want, to whomever you want, whenever you want, to whomever will have you.
P. Diddy was messing with Miami, a city girl. He got a lot of money.
So, I mean, here's the thing too. These individuals are talking about they don't want a 9 to 5 guy, yada, 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 and he's got to be making 6 figures. And here's the advantage for those who are watching. The advantage of a passport is called currency arbitrage, right? You don't have to be making 6 figures to live a very comfortable life abroad. You don't have to, and you don't have to put up with the cultural nonsense. Now you have to do some work, right? You do have to learn to do some work, but you go where you feel most appreciated. And that's the thing. Just go where you feel most appreciated. You don't have to stay. You do not have to stay where you're not appreciated and respected.
But let's even take this. The previous week, the reason we had this show is the previous episode that we had a young lady on. I thought she was going to join this evening, where she said, I just can't date like the average man. And she said, you can't just, she repeated that. You can't just be a surgeon. I mean, a surgeon? You're a doctor? I mean, you ain't the top in your field? It's like that was still
you
not
need to
good
be
enough.
more than.
Yes. No
Don't
matter
just
what,
there.
you couldn't be that. So as a man, how do you just become an average man and make it? That's
you can't
really
even be an
question
exceptional man and have them be happy. They're gonna find something to be bored about you with being an exceptional man.
So how do men make it? You can't do a 9 to 5 because they want to scam her. You can't clean the house, wash the car, cut the grass, cook. You're not feeling no emotion. At what point as a man can you do that? Average, you can't do it. You don't make enough. You don't earn enough to be with them. And the weird thing is, if I'm a man and you're a woman and you make 50,000, you can't deal with me making 49,000. If you 5'8", I can't be 5'7.5". You always want someone better. And you say that if you get with me, you are settling. So what does that do for me? If I'm making 50,000, you making 49, aren't I settling also? I don't understand how that is. It's like the woman is saying she's settling for anything that is not above her, but a man isn't. So how does the average man make it?
Let me get this.
Because I know you have, go ahead. And my question for Georgia when you finish this, I know you have to have men that come into your office to just say, I don't feel good enough anymore.
All right.
Go ahead with Darnell. No, read the super chat.
I'm sorry. Darnell Elliott for another $10 says, Miss Georgia, I think that's a great idea. You should create a show that interviews the women that go out on the Kendra G show, but beware, the sisterhood may attack you if they feel you make them look bad. So it's always that thing. Like I said, you can't tell a big girl the truth because now you hating. So the minute you go out there and start saying anything negative against the sisterhood, you break code. Now you're subject to being attacked.
I think, I agree with that, which is, I mean, there's many reasons why I would not do something like that. But I think
why are you admitting that on the air for real?
Well, but there's a way that you say everything. And I think if you bring it back to what is going on with that woman, that she's not able to see herself honestly in the mirror, and you're able to have some really a heart-to-heart conversation. A lot of time Black women, I'm going to stick with Black women, but I see this across all, white, Hispanic, whatever. A lot of times women get defensive is because they feel like you are speaking down to them, and that they don't necessarily see it as you trying to help them. So there's a way that you talk to people that breaks down some of those walls and breaks down some of that defensiveness for them to be allowed to see themselves for who they truly are and what they truly have to offer, and be willing to say, okay, what are some things that I can do to work on me? But I think if you just go out there and say you're fat and you're not going to find anybody, I'm going to get mad too.
Let me say this.
So
for women that are supposed to be so inept when it comes to emotions, y'all supposed to be so advanced. Y'all level of emotional maturity is way beyond or way lower than a man. A man can take constructive criticism, even if it's detrimental to their freaking feelings. But a woman, the minute you hurt their feelings, oh my God, it's your attitude, it's the tone, it's all these negative things about what you're telling them when it's the freaking truth. Why is that?
See, and I feel like I'm a man today because I'm agreeing.
No, because but here's the thing: you've been on the show, and for the men, you lay it out to them. The moment a woman comes on,
okay, well, hold on. Can I say
anything
first? Let me say
you
something.
Get silent.
Ronin, you are on to something, and it's interesting because I feel part of me being successful in my practice has been because I know how to work with women, and I've learned how to work with men. And this came with years. This is something I had to learn over time, that I can't I can't end a therapy session with talking about, a woman being depressed. There has been times I have literally worked with a woman for 3 to 6 months before I could even get to a point where I realized, okay, she's ready to hear that she's depressed.
What?
There's women early on when I started.
You gaming the system for a bill.
What? I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I'm messing with you.
I didn't hear what you said.
I said you gaming the system if you dragging it out that long.
Because a lot of times it's not gaming the system. I can give a diagnosis without talking about it. So a lot of times women they struggle with accepting, okay, there's truly something going on with me. They come into therapy understanding, okay, I need help with something. They don't necessarily want to hear it. So there's times where I've worked with women for several months before I get to a point where I can say, okay, you're depressed. This is what's going on. This is how we fix this. Now, all along, we've been working on coping strategies. She just didn't realize it was for depression or anxiety or bipolar or whatever.
It sounds to me that there's a level of not wanting to take accountability.
Well, that emotional immaturity, not wanting to take accountability.
That's a big word
not
for them.
wanting to hear that you're perfect, and there's something wrong with all the men and not you. So there's a way that I have learned how to work with women in therapy versus the way I work with men. Men can come into therapy and I can tell them at the end of the session, okay, this is what you're dealing with, and that this is the psychiatrist I want you to reach out to. This is a psychologist I want you to reach out to for testing. There's a lot of times where the women, they're not ready to hear that, and that's fine. But I get them to a space where they are ready to hear it.
May I ask you a question about your practice?
Uh-huh.
The majority of men that come into your practice, come into your therapy session, have they participated in team sports?
Yeah, yes, absolutely.
And the majority of women that come to you have not?
Correct. I would say correct.
And I think that's where we're talking about socialization of men versus women. Men are team players because they've been conditioned. This is why men join the army, join the military, and go fight for the country for unappreciative women. Because we're loyal to that point. And this is what they were talking about earlier, that we would be in it, and even if we hate to suck, but we'll stick there because we have a purpose, or we think that we have a purpose. But women will monkey branch from one to the other if they think they can get a leg up, and they don't take accountability for it. And they want to blame the man for their unhappiness because they're not willing to do the work to improve upon themselves, fuck their self-esteem, and go to work. They don't want to do it.
And again, you have a point, because when boys are brought up in team sports, not only are they understanding how to be a part of a team and the role of being a part of a team, that they're also exposed to that banter and them giving each other shit and you're fat, you need to lose weight, the stuff like that. The women we are accountable. Correct.
Because especially if you have men that are in the military, when a man makes a mistake, people die.
Yes.
And if a man makes a mistake in a household, the family suffers. But if a woman monkey branches from one to the other, oh, I was unhappy, with no clue as to what happiness is.
And the default is, even if she made a decision in the family and she's wrong, the loss is the net the man's fault for allowing her to make the choice. De facto, it's still his fault.
Correct.
Well, I mean, again, it is women taking accountability for their behavior. But again, I do want to take it back to, I like the fact, Todd, that you mentioned the sports aspect, because even when women are brought up in sports, there's still boundaries that women don't cross with each other, and men don't give a damn. They will call each other out. Right. And the minute a woman calls each other out in a sport, she's a hater, or, we want her off the team, she's not a team player because she's, challenging her teammate, that's an issue. It's not, I'm trying to make you better. Now I don't even want you on the team anymore. I don't want to be with you anymore. So
we're men, we want our friends to win.
Yes.
We want our friends to win.
Yes.
Women, they not only compete with men that they're with, they compete with their friends.
Yes. And I hate the fact that I can't disagree, because I want to disagree, but I see this so much coming into therapy with women who are struggling. And a lot of times, because, do you reach out to your friends? Do you tell your friends what's going on? No, because guess what? They don't want to hear the negative feedback. So they keep it to themselves. So there's nobody, the woman won't hold herself accountable, but then her friends also. Now, I'm not going to say across the board, because I've got some friends who are going to hold me accountable.
We know it's not everybody.
It's correct. Okay. It's not everybody. It's not. I just always want to say that, because I don't want to, she said this. No, I didn't. So yes, I do feel that men are raised and they're in environments where they are held accountable, and they're okay with being called out, and they're okay with being challenged, because they know at the end of the day it's to make them better. Women take offense to that.
And the sad part is now, I'm sorry.
No. Go ahead, Todd.
The sad part is now that these women who are single women who have these issues are raising weak boys.
Facts.
Yeah, my question is, do you think that the women are delusional? Meaning, an average man man, where did I do with that? Oh man. Let me play this. And I'm going to find the one I thought I did. That the average man feels that he can just get the average woman. He's like, I'm fine with the average woman. Where the average woman is always like, I'm going to get that man. I'm curious. Let me play this and I'll find this other one. Where is that at? Damn, what did I do with that? Let me play it.
Who dislike arrogance and like humbleness want a life that is so extra and lavish. You want 6-figure man. You want a high value man and doing all this stuff. Why is it that everyone pretends like they hate arrogance, but then their standards are? Like, if we're being very honest, there's about, 10 of you here? Maybe 2 or 3 of you at best will get with a guy who makes 6 figures or more, because it's such a small percentage. By the numbers, it's probably impossible for all of you to get that. So there is a bit of like an arrogance to that, where it's like, if you love humbleness so much, why don't you live a humble life? What's wrong with getting with a regular dude who's got a 401k, he makes $40K a year, maybe he's home at the end of the day, he takes care of the bills, you guys got a nice little house in the suburbs. Why is that not enough? I don't understand why there's all this talk about like, would I let my high value man cheat? I'm gonna be honest with y'all, most of y'all not gonna get one. And that's not me trying to be mean. It's like there's such a small percentage. You think I'm gonna get a 9 out of 10? Like, I mean,
it's like men live in reality and women don't live in reality. Why is that?
I think it's hard for women to live in reality. I think it's hard. Well, I mean, I do. I'm
laughing because that's like
you just admitted that women are delusional. That's all you just did. That's okay.
But I said I'm okay with saying that. I think it's sad.
Georgia, is it difficult being a unicorn?
It is for her.
I know. I don't think I'm a unicorn.
She's honest. You're at least honest.
Well, because the thing is, I feel like maybe this is like part of my upbringing, because a lot of the women that are in my family, I think they would agree with what I'm saying. I think they see delusional women, are willing to call them out. And I also feel like the women in my family are willing to call each other out and not take offense to it and be willing to learn from what is said. I mean, we have some hard conversations in my family, so I don't know if it's, I don't know why that is. I really don't.
What were the men like in your family?
I'm sorry?
What were the men like in your family?
I'm trying to go through. So it's interesting. So we have a lot of divorces in my family, but the men are still present.
Yeah, Andre, she is.
What did you say? Wait, no, I didn't hear you.
Andre said, shit, yes, you a unicorn.
No, I'm not. I don't believe that. I believe there are other, I think just as I would probably get pushback. You know, I think there are a lot of women who would agree. They just don't feel like dealing with the BS that comes along with it. You know, so I don't feel like I'm a unicorn, because I have conversations like this with other women. So
why is it that you can't? Like, I mean, even I don't want to, bring up the other week. Why is it that women feel, or just in general, why is it that women feel that they can't hold other women accountable if you don't know them? Like, I mean, I can meet somebody right now, and guys will meet them today and be like, "Oh, bro, you ain't all that." We do it all the time. Why is it that women can't hold other women accountable?
I think because some women, there's some, okay, so I'm going to give you an example. I was at the doctor's office. This is when my husband and I moved back to Georgia. And I went back to the doctor that I had gone to for several years. And the demographics of her doctor's office changed a bit.
You want to say they was a little more hood? Hood.
And so there was a woman in the lobby, young lady, and she was cussing and she just ratchet. And I was appalled because, Sandy Springs is a very affluent area in Georgia. Mm-hmm. And so I was like, wow, this isn't okay. But then it's like, why is this? Why did the doctor's office, why did it shift to this? Anyway, there were young children in the lobby, and I had enough of her dropping the F-bomb. She was on the phone. She wasn't even talking to anybody. She was just being ratchet. And so I pulled her outside. I asked her, I tapped her on her shoulder, got next to her. I said, can you come outside with me for a minute? And I'm like, either I'm going to get shot, cussed out, or whatever.
Y'all gonna get in a fight.
But right, and I can't fight. I can't fight. So, but I was like, I said, you're in here, and I said, you're using a lot of language that's offensive. And I said, and I understand. Sounds like something happened at work that isn't okay. So I had to, go into validating whatever feelings she had. I said, but there's a lot of language that you're using that's offensive. And I said, you have to look around you. I said, you've got older people in here. I said, you've got children in here. And I said, you sound like you're an amazing person. You just sound really angry. Right?
Oh my God. Did you have to stroke her ego or what?
I did. But not only did she get teary-eyed, she apologized and she went back there and shut the hell up like she was supposed to do.
You know what a man would have
done? Did you see how far around Robin Hood's barn?
When I had to go around the United States and back to get her to understand her behavior wasn't okay.
Right.
But I did it. And she sat in there for the rest of that 30 long minutes that I had to sit there and look at her. She sat there and didn't say anything else.
Did you tell her you was going to put hands on her?
I know, absolutely.
She didn't go down that road. I know for sure she didn't go down that road.
So,
but this is what we're talking about when they talk about. This is what we talk about when they talk about men not having emotional maturity, but yet and still women are the ones that display the lack of emotional maturity.
It's because women. Okay, two guys have a disagreement. There's a threat of violence. Women don't think that there's ever a threat of violence. They don't think that hands will be put on them, so that they feel free to say and do whatever it is that they want because there are no consequences.
Correct.
With men, there are consequences if you continue this poor behavior. If we saw a guy that was acting a fool like that in the doctor's office, we wouldn't have to go around the world. We say, hey man, you need to chill with that bad language in here. That's it. Because if not, there can be consequences, and men understand that.
Right.
Women have no filter when it comes to consequences because they think they're above that. Period. And so I'm sorry that you had to go all the way around the world, but you got one that has some sense at least.
She did.
You didn't get that Keisha one.
No, she did. If I wouldn't have told her that I understood that she was angry and sounds like she's an awesome person. If I would have pulled her out there and said, you being ghetto right now because you stop, that would have been a whole different ballgame.
Because they don't think that they don't think that there are consequences. And I get it. And that's the difference between conditioning, right? That's the difference between respect and disrespect, right? Men, for the most part, are respectful because they know that disrespect causes consequences.
Right.
Mm-hmm. I agree. But it still goes back to me that women nowadays are not single because they can't find a man. I think they're single just because they're delusional. they're delusional. I know y'all heard this story before. I know that maybe if y'all haven't, I'm gonna play two because one is about the women, one is about the men. But this is how women think, and this is
on the videos if you can.
If I can on this one, I will see. If not, I will go to the original.
What is this? Hello, you may visit the store only once. There are 6 floors and the value of the husband increases as the shopper sends the flights.
So just to let you know, it's the husband store.
Yeah, I've seen this. Yeah.
You can only you can only go in, you can't come out, you can only keep going up the floors, and this is how women think.
The shopper may choose any man for a particular floor, or may choose to go up a floor, but cannot go back down except to exit building. These men have jobs. Going up. These men have jobs and love kids. Keep it going. These men have jobs, love kids, and are good looking. Wow. I gotta keep going.
Jesus.
These men have jobs, love kids, drop dead gorgeous, and help with housework. Oh, God. I can hardly stand it. Gotta go. These men possess same qualities as 4th floor, plus good lovers.
Now remember, she could stop at any store to claim her husband. At any floor she can stop and say, this is the perfect man.
The top, baby. There are no men on this floor. This floor exists solely as proof that women are hard to please. Thanks for stopping by.
Then no matter what you do, and just so I don't want to be biased, because everyone will say, hey, you biased. Let's go ahead and show the man version of it. So this is what happens in the same story. This is the man version.
Just for the record, Fearless, there's nothing wrong with being biased.
Yeah, oh, exactly.
Gender bias, the owner thought he best put a new wives store across the street. So once again, there were 6 floors and same rules. You can only visit one floor one time. Floor number 1, man went in. This floor has wives that love sex.
Shut it down. Look at the guys raising their hands in the crowd.
Floor number 2. This floor has wives that love sex and they have money. Floors 3 through 6 have never been visited.
Boom.
Boom. Men stop. Men stop at the. We find what we want and we are satisfied and happy. Women, and that's why I say it's so hard for the average man. How can a man be average these days and find a woman?
But
so
even
that's the
to add
question
to
I
that,
want to
Fearless, even to add to that, Fearless, we are conditioned as men. We can reach down and lift a woman up to our station and improve them. For some reason, women's egos will not allow them to look down any lower than where they are, but only look up. And you can call it hypergamy, you can call it ego, you can call it whatever it is. But a woman will never look backwards or look down to try to uplift a man, where a man does it by default.
Why is that? And my question was, the men that come to your practice, who are the average men who don't feel good enough? Because men unalive themselves. They we face that depression. We go through all of that. Because as the question is, what's wrong with being average? Is there something wrong with being average?
But I think we have to define, not that it matters, but we have to define what average is. But just as I have men who come in frustrated about the dating world, I have women that come in frustrated. And, with men.
But is their frustration legitimate?
Or is it the difference? Because what a woman will say is, I can't find a man. And as you've seen from Will Smith, as we say, you have a man. You have a whole bunch of men that have been in your friend box and that you've passed up every day. It's not that you can't find a man. It's that you keep seeking the top floor.
Well, I will say there's a couple of reasons why a lot of the women come in to therapy and they're single. And there's a lot of reasons why men come in and they're single. So a lot of the times, men get frustrated with the whole dating scene. They'll just stay at home and watch TV. You've got some good men who make good money, who would make good husbands, who are at home who've given up. And they're in therapy trying to figure out, okay, how do I have a fulfilled life without a partner? And that's sad, because there's a lot of men and women out there that are single I always say to myself and to other therapists, I wish I could create a dating show within my practice, because I have so many potential partners who will never cross paths. And they're good people. There's some good men that come into therapy. And there's some good women that come in therapy, but neither one of them are in each other's spaces. So it's never going to happen. So you've got women out there who've given up, who are at home and are not even willing to go out and have a drink or just go to dinner by themselves. And you've got men at home who are like, I'll just make more money. I'm tired of dealing with.
Question: why can't you, as a therapist that you've analyzed, that would be something where adults are like, I'd like a man or a woman that emotionally understands what their issues are and working towards being better. Why can't you? You're vetting them.
I mean, seriously, but there's no ethical way to do that.
If they sign over the permission of saying, if you think that there's a good match in somebody that you're treating, I'm willing to be subjected to being introduced to them.
That's a whole other income stream.
I know. But I would have to explore that. But there's, like I said, I work with I'm very fortunate to work with some pretty amazing people, and they're single and they're eligible. I mean, these are like, and I can't do anything. So, but to answer your question, there's different reasons why they're in therapy. There's different reasons as to why they're single. And some of the women are very picky, and those are the things.
We know this.
They're trying to fill voids with things that are really not even relevant. You know, you're trying to fill an emotional disconnect with your parents as a child, and trying to make the man fill all the missing pieces. That don't stop. So a lot of times I have them deal with their childhood issues, and then talk about dating later on, because then they're ready to date.
That's the difference between therapy and coaching.
What's that?
What you just said. I mean, a coach is not going to necessarily go back into, the trauma that they had when they were kids.
Right.
And as I said, that's the difference between therapy and coaching. But to answer Darnell's question, I think a lot of.
Let me read it real quick.
Okay.
Thank you for the $10 super chat. Darnell is on the grind today. Jesus. Anyway, Miss Georgia and Todd, in your experience, are unhappy women in relationships just no longer receiving the dopamine in the relationship provided? Are these women consistently or constantly searching for that hit of dopamine being in the relationship?
I'll let you start, Georgia. Beauty before beast.
Damn.
Aw, thank you. So the sad thing is, I think this is a conversation I'm finding myself having a lot. A lot of women enter into these relationships with men that they were never aligned with in the first place. We talk about equally yoked. A lot of the people who come into therapy are, believers, and they talk about the Bible. I'm like, okay, well, how are you applying this to all of your life except for your partner? You two aren't equally yoked, but then you decided to go ahead and proceed into marriage. And now the marriage is falling apart and you're asking yourself why. You were never aligned in dating. So how did he become your husband? So there's a lot of times where these relationships progress either because it just does, or there's a child that is now, come with this relationship and now they feel like they have to get married, or there's circumstances, they're helping each other out financially, then it just kept going. There's reasons why these relationships kept going, and they never should have started in the first place because they were not equally aligned.
I think that's a very polite way of
well, give it to us raw and unadulterated there, Todd.
Good Dia do that to you.
Yeah, hey. There you go.
So it's oxytocin, right? The love chemical. And then social media has ruined many a relationship as well, because people scroll with social media on the apps, and that's a dopamine hit.
Yes.
And that has replaced the need for a man in many instances. And so because when people get married, sometimes, not all, as we said, that there are certain things that diminish. As when they were dating, they're like rabbits. And so, this is so good, this is so great. I want to have this all the time. Then they get married, and then there's a chemical switch, and they become comfortable. And then they stop doing the work. Wives forget how to be girlfriends. Husbands forget how to be boyfriends. And they don't keep that chemical bonding together. Now they're bond in marriage and all of that stuff, but there's a diminishing the chemical responses and a lot of choices and decisions. And if we talked about psychoneuroimmunology, we're talking about mind-body connection. We're talking about chemical reactions, and all thoughts produce different types of chemicals. And so if we're thinking about things that took place in the past and we're angry about it, that starts from the mind. That's not necessarily reality. And so the difference between coaching and therapy is a therapist will go back and say, okay, well, tell me about your past. A coach will say, well, you're living in the present. If we have 50,000 thoughts a day and 90% of them are about the past, you can't change the past. So why are we even discussing it? Let's talk about the present and let's talk about what we can do moving forward. And so, to answer Darnell's question, yeah. But they got married in the first place, not because they were, they were unequally yoked. What does that mean? Hell, I don't know.
Right.
I don't know what that means, right? But good D will do that to you. A good D will help you make decisions real quick.
Absolutely. And I'll help you stick with dumb decisions. And so one of the things that I challenge many of the women that have, and I will have to toot my own horn. I have had a lot of successful relationships come out of therapy. And one of the things that I stick by, and I'm not a fan of Steve Harvey. I am not.
Me.
Well, his book, Act Like a Woman, Think Like a Man. I literally followed that book to the T for the first time in a relationship. And a year later, I was engaged. And I have encouraged, and I'm married 10 years in. And I have encouraged many of the women.
That sounds like there's an end point. 10 years in.
I'm sorry.
That doesn't sound right. 10 years in. That doesn't sound right.
10 years strong. Let's put it 10 years strong.
Military. Oh, I'm 10 years in the military.
I am served 10 years. But I encourage women, he talks about the 3 to 6 month rule of not being intimate before getting married. And I think that is so important because good D will forgive the brokenness.
Wow.
It will forgive the illiteracy.
Wow.
It will forgive the poor baby daddy. Good D will forgive it all. You are so blinded.
Y'all heard it here first. What can I tell you?
Seriously, and I tell women, don't sleep with them. Because the minute you sleep with them, everything else that you have seen, every red flag becomes it's orange, and now it's yellow, and now it's a green flag. So stop sleeping with these men before you have established whether or not this is truly a person that you can see yourself with. Because some good D it'll change everything.
It'll change your life.
It will change your life.
Let me follow this up question up with Just John for $5. He said, they ain't trying to build with men or with a man. Georgia, have you seen that commonly said in your practice? In my experience, white women are the ones who build men. I guess he's saying who build with men.
Yeah, well, and I understand that, and so it's interesting because not only do I unfortunately don't see this as much in the Black community, I do see this more in the white community and in the Hispanic community. Women in the white community and the Hispanic community, they were raised to be wives. Mm-hmm. So the thing that I struggle with is like, I don't want
Andre, you have our permission to run that back as many times as you need to clip that up, brother, because I know you could use that. You can clip that up and make that a soundbite.
I don't think it's not to put Black women down. I was raised by a single mom. My mom didn't raise me to be a wife. I learned that by the other people that I was around and the fact that I wanted to be a wife. I was raised by a single mom.
She didn't. I mean, she had help. She had help.
Who?
Your mother. All mothers have help. Everybody says single mom, single dad. If you're talking about not being in a relationship, okay. But a single parent, there was somebody else that produced you as well.
Who?
Your father.
Okay. Okay. We're not gonna go there. My mother wasn't. My mother was a single mother.
There was more than biological. There was biological material.
Yeah, produced her.
Okay, I get it. My mother, it wasn't a donor. There was a male involved. Okay. For all intents and purposes, my mother raised me. My mother raised me. Now my older siblings were raised by my mother and father. Okay, my brother and I, and I guess my middle sister. We didn't have my father in the home.
Okay.
Okay. So with that being said, we weren't necessarily raised to be wise. My mother raised us to be able to take care of ourselves. She raised us to be able to cook, clean, and work, be able to provide for ourselves, not to be ratchet, not to be out there, sounding like we were raised on a corner. That's how my mother raised us. And I'm very grateful for that. But my mom didn't raise me to be a wife. I learned that from seeing other people around me.
And that's sad, though.
But it's the reality. Well, it's the reality of the fact that we talk about, oh my gosh, the women out here, Black women don't know how to be wives.
Oh no, they don't.
Well, look how many of them come out of single parent homes.
Yeah, I want to play this because what you're talking about when you said white and Hispanic, I want you to see the look on my man's face when this woman gives no pushback.
It's been kind of wild.
You didn't have to raise your hand.
If I were okay, well,
I like that though. Being obedient is awesome. Oh my God, that is a trait. What you just did is a trait that certain communities would kill for. Like, I said you're obedient, and you didn't say, "Oh, I ain't no obedient," and you were just like, you went in there.
That's my thing. I'm trad wife till I die.
What you talking about, Dr. Umar?
Dr. Umar talks about snow bunnies. So guys shouldn't date white women. But that's what he's saying. He's saying, I just said something like that and you didn't get all in my face. And she's like, yeah, because I'm a traditional wife. And you can see the difference between, like you said, when someone just goes completely off on you and when a woman just says, I know my place. I'm fine. And it changes a man's disposition. Because when a woman acts like a man, we treat you like a man.
Absolutely.
We argue with you like a man. We'll go off when you like
rah rah.
Yeah. When a woman acts like a woman, a man will humble himself. You know, what is the trait that white women do? They start crying and do like, oh, what I do? What I'm sorry. Because when she got into her feminine, the first thing he did was he came down. When a woman's all ratchet, then a dude get up. Oh, we gonna do this? And I don't know why women don't understand that. White women, Hispanic women, and other cultures overseas understand their power is in their feminine.
Okay, but let me stop you, Fearless, because a lot of times when you are dealing with Black women, they didn't have an opportunity to be in their feminine. So I understand.
Oh my God.
Don't do that.
Why y'all always use that as an excuse?
So I understand what you're saying, and what you're saying is very valid. But when you're raised by a single mom, I didn't see that soft side of my mother all the time.
Can I say this?
What you?
I just want to ask you a question. You can finish.
Let me finish.
I just want you to say if a man says that. If a man said the exact thing you said.
Let me finish.
And then just answer for a man.
Go ahead.
So, all I'm saying is, Black women, for the most part, who are raised in a single home, they're shown that one side of their mother to work and make things happen. They don't get to see the softer side. Okay, when you are dealing with Hispanic women and white women, they are raised again to be wives. And so they are shown how to be feminine, how to be submissive, how to allow a man to lead. We don't necessarily see that all the time.
Tell me about the man. You gave an excuse for the women. I want to hear the thing for a man, because that same boy is raised by that same man. He doesn't have a man figure, and you expect him to be masculine. Because no man can ever say, I'm in my feminine, because I was raised by a single mom and I'm feminine. We would never accept that from a man. But you're going to tell me we accept that from a woman. We're okay with a woman being masculine.
Wait a minute.
We would never be okay with that man being feminine.
Men and women are different. Okay, let's not do that. Men and women are different.
If they raised by a single woman, and that single woman is making that woman away, she's obviously making that man away. But we never give the excuse for the man. That man can never say, I'm in my feminine. I've been in my. I don't have a male figure. I don't have a father figure. I'm in my feminine.
I don't know that the man has to say it. I think we can see it. I don't think a man has.
But society never gives him an excuse. No woman will ever be like, "Oh man, I'm cool with him being feminine." We don't give that excuse to a man. But why you keep giving all these excuses to women? I keep hearing these excuses for why women are like that.
Well, no, we do give that excuse to the man, and then a lot of men are being kicked because of that feminine side. So I hear what you're saying, but I also think a lot of men are beat up because they do have those feminine qualities. It happens. If you got a man who's raised in a house full of women, then he's going to have some feminine tendencies. I think that's natural. So I think that for us to say that doesn't happen, no, it does happen.
But you just said it's okay for the woman to be masculine, and we give all the excuses.
I did not. I
But give me the opposite side for the man. That's why I said before you said it.
I never said it was okay for a woman to be masculine. I never.
Before you even started, I said I want you to give me the man's version. And you wouldn't. You never even talked about the man. You talked about the woman. That's why I knew what you was going to say, and I said, "Give me the man version."
I never said it was okay for a woman to be masculine. When did I run it back?
I didn't say you said it's okay. You gave the excuse as to why they're masculine.
I want you to. I want you guys to realize how the method that she used on you was the same method that she used on that rambunctious woman in the doctor's office. She says, "I validate your feelings."
Oh man!
That's why I was laughing. And then she was in her masculine energy.
Whatever. So I am not saying it is okay for a woman to be masculine. Okay, I'm not, because it causes a lot of issues. What I am saying is I understand why that is, because if you're raised by a woman that you see do everything in all things, you never saw a chance for your mom to be in a feminine side. Did I see my mom looking fabulous when she would go out? Absolutely. But did I see my mother also cuss like a sailor because she worked at General Motors? Absolutely. So there was a fine line there. So a lot of the things that I learned as far as being a wife is concerned, I learned from the outside. I didn't learn from my mother. When it came on how to run a household and how to make sure things happen, I learned that from my mother.
Okay, we got these super chats coming in fast and furious, and before the topics change, we got to stay on top of them. So Just John sends in another $10 super chat. He says, "I got approached by a white girl, and now I got someone holding me down. Black and Hispanic women expect men to approach, but white girls will take the initiative. I'm happy and working harder now than ever." Boom. And then he follows up with, "I thought I'd never date American until now."
But I don't think there's any, a lot of people use that as a dig, or trying to come up because they're dating somebody outside of their race. I actually wish that more people would date outside.
Well, of course you would condone it. You're dating outside. You're married to a man that's outside your race.
Let me go with this, because I just want to go with this one. This is to go with Passport Mars says her ring is not real though.
Oh, her ring is real, brother.
She with a white dude. He got them real diamonds.
He got real dollars. Yeah.
But I do want to say this, because I think this is true.
Wait, was he talking to me?
Yeah, don't worry about. We told you not to read the chat. Don't worry about the trolls. We got a whole show tomorrow on trolls, so don't worry about the trolls.
Wait, no, he said my ring wasn't real.
Yeah,
don't worry about it.
You tried it.
I think Black Man Travels does hit the nail on the head. Black women shame other black women when they are feminine.
Woof. Pick me. That's the word they use. Y'all are pick me's.
I see that a lot. I see it a whole lot. Yeah, you're letting the man run your husband running you this, that. I hear. I'm like, really? So yeah, I hear that. I'm not going to disagree with
all they got to say is "good dear" do that to you, and that'll shut all that down.
And I'm gonna put the link in the chat real quick, because I know we coming up on an hour 45. I know Todd has a curfew.
I'm on a pitch count.
Yeah, so I'm gonna put this in. Hopefully, we can get people in for at least another 15 minutes, because we may run the household, but Todd's wife runs his household.
Yay!
She like, brother, you got to get off here. Nothing wrong with that, though. Nothing wrong with family time. There's nothing. I'm joking with you, Todd. There's nothing wrong with family time.
There are benefits to.
I want a woman that demands her time with her man. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
There are benefits.
Nothing wrong with it.
Ain't nothing wrong with that at all.
Love her to
Man, your
life.
time, girl. Shit. Just tell that ninja, get in here. We got things that we need to do.
It's I love her to life. She takes excellent care of me, and
there you go.
You know,
shoot, I got somebody to run my household. I can't.
So wait, Todd, where are you located?
I'm in Colombia, South America.
Whole time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah,
so your
full
wife
time.
is South American?
she's South American, yeah.
Your wife is Colombian.
Yeah, there's North, Central, and South America. Yeah.
When I said that, I was like, wow.
Yeah, that was
Your
a softball.
Your wife is Colombian.
Yeah, she's Colombian.
That's what I meant, smart ass.
Everybody got a woman to run their household, I guess. I got one.
Passport Mars, before you
this
come
the
up,
one that she
we
run
need
my
to
house
cam up
right
in the
now.
back.
That's who running my house.
I like the Dominican outfit.
It's Dominican Independence Day.
Yeah.
So if black man travels, they got away from y'all Haiti asses. That's where
Anyway.
they got their independence from.
Passport
We got,
Mars, I need you to cam up first before you come up here. We don't know you. We appreciate you joining, but I need you to cam up. You don't have to be cammed up on the show, but I need you to at least cam up one time in the back if we don't know you.
Wait, this might be a friend of mine. Oh, no, it's not. Never mind.
No, that's the dude that said you got a fake ring.
And that's why I need him to cam up.
Did he really say I had a fake
He
ring?
did. He said it a while ago, and I just wasn't going to say nothing. But that's why I also want him to cam up if he's already trolling. I'm not doing that.
That is priceless.
So my thing is still this. I know it goes back to average, so I'm going to be on the opposite side. I do think men need to strive for more. I think a lot of times, and I'll say this with people I've worked out with, that I've trained, that they've gotten to a point where they say, this is the best I can do. And I said, nah, you gave up. And so maybe they get under that bench press and I walk away.
See you there, John. We'll bring you up in a second.
And either that weight's going to fall on your chest or you're going to lift it up. And they decide to lift it up. And I say, see, you could do more than what you thought you could. So I think a lot of times we put a limit on ourselves. And I think we have to strive for being better. I think a lot of men settle for average because that's the best that they can do. So I think that you have to have a high expectation. I would rather you have the high expectation, strive for it, and then settle to be something else than settle for being average and never strive for the best. My opinion.
Yeah, it's called self-esteem for a reason.
What?
Right?
Just John, where'd you go? Come back up.
I think a lot of it is that we don't play our position. We don't realize the position that we're in. I mean, a man is supposed to be the high priest of his household. He's supposed to be the protector. He's supposed to be the provider. He's supposed to be empathetic. He's supposed to be the king. He's supposed to be able to be the one to create the legacy. And we play out of position so often.
No, sir. No, sir. I disagree. Yeah, that's not how it is. Maybe that's how it was years ago.
Mm-hmm.
That's not how it is now. Let's say what happened years ago. How a woman treated you.
Who's the boss of your house? I'm the boss. What do you think? You're his wife, are you?
What do you say?
I said, who is the boss? Who is the boss?
My husband.
What is your nationality? Greek. I'm Greek. Is it always that way in Greek households? The husband is the boss? Yes. Don't the women, the wives, have anything to say about it?
No.
Say you had a man and you said, hey, when you go to escape, I would like you to dress modestly. What would you say to that?
Sorry, honey, we're breaking up.
Same.
No man is ever going to tell me what to do, how to dress, how to talk, nothing.
That is today's woman.
Don't disagree. But what I'm saying is a lot of men have accepted less than.
Yes.
And that's why I'm saying that we're playing out of position.
So question, why is it that men have accepted less while women have expected more?
Because women are hypergamous. They monkey branch from one place one to the next. They look for the biggest paycheck.
Just John. Just
keep going.
I don't know where people are.
A lot of women are
I don't know what his connection is.
Yeah.
Well, Passport Mars said you haven't asked anything constructive. Well, sir, maybe you can come up and ask a constructive question in place of Ronin. You can do that. We welcome you to the show. You kind of disappeared on us.
I haven't made any contribution to the show at all. I appreciate that. Thank you. I think I made some good points today, but if you didn't hear him, that's okay. I'm not hurt. I'll be all right.
Just John will be back. He has some audio issues.
So what do we need to do to get some more female viewers?
What you mean? You should have a whole bunch of followers by now. Just John, come off that mic.
I'm gonna tell you what we can do. If we pander to women and we say that women are right no matter what. If we are like Derek, was it Derek Jeter? Derek, what's the guy's name that was saying Derek, what's his name? He had a podcast and he was real famous and he cheated on his wife, but he was saying men are all wrong. Come on, chat, give me that name. Woo! Derek, I thought his name was Derek.
Derek Jackson.
Derek Jackson, yeah. If we were the Derek Jacksons where we
Derek
said
Jeter was a way left field.
Yeah. We're like, hey, you're doing wrong, guys. You're doing this. We would be doing it. There's 8 at the table or Just Initiative. The guys are saying, oh, you wrong, guys. You get a whole, even though they cheating on their wives and having sex with everybody on the panel, as long as you say it, women will follow you because women followed him to the end. He said, Derek Jackson. Thank you, Growth. Derek Jackson had millions of women follow him. I know. I'm just saying, giving a shout out to Growth Talk. Because
can we let Just John talk for a second before he disappears for the 5th time?
So just like
long-winded.
If we tell the women they're right, if we say to women you're right all the time, we don't give any pushback, they'll follow us.
Okay.
Just John, can you unmute your mic? You got to unmute your mic, bro. All right, go ahead.
Is my stuff working now? Because I've been trying to talk.
You're sounding good. You're sounding good right now. So, what's wrong with being average? First of all, let's answer that question. And then, if you have a question to Todd or Georgia or to the panel, go ahead.
With the fake ring.
No, that wasn't him.
It wasn't just. See, look, blaming the wrong dude already.
So, I mean, when it comes to being average, I mean, I think it's okay to be an average woman. It's not okay anymore to be an average man.
Wow, come with that.
Because as an average woman, I mean, your options are still going to be way bigger than the best man out there. And that's just a fact. Because you can be a high value man and you're still not going to get as many options as a 4. And it's just for the simple fact that men accept that, 4s, all they have to do is walk inside a club. A 10 out of 10 man, he can walk inside a club and get noticed. Oh, but as soon as he opens his mouth, already there he has 3 strikes. One is the height, what he's got on, his perceived value, and I think it's just gotten so much harder to be an average guy now. And, I'm speaking from experience as well. So, I mean, now I think I super chatted you guys, I recently got approached by a girl and, now things have moved along now and I'm in a relationship now.
In America.
Yeah, I never thought I'd do it here and look, it would have never happened because I simply told myself that I would never just approach anyone again. And she took the initiative to come to me, which feels different as a man, because I don't know, Georgia probably knows about this, but not most women, is that most men are actually nervous to even make the approach in the first place. Because it's not only the fear of rejection. The problem is after one rejection, they're going to go to all of their friends and then tell them, hey, this guy just talked to me. And then I rejected him. And off that, they're going to look at him as low value because she rejected him. And now they're all going to reject him,
I'm laughing because I seen a meme where this guy he was cheating on his girlfriend or trying to cheat, and he was talking to these girls. And the girl was so mad. She said, I don't know whether to be mad, whether he was trying to talk to girls or all of them rejected him. She's like, I don't know. All of them rejected him. So it was like nobody else wants him. So I understand. And Just John, he's like, what's your height? I know you're like 6 foot or something like
He's
that.
like 6'2", 6'3",
6'4". Yeah,
6'4". Hey.
He's like up
and
there.
he's Hispanic. I think you're Hispanic, right?
yeah, half. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's very difficult. So what do you say to a Just John where it's been difficult for him, where a lot of women won't approach? They say it becomes so difficult. And this is what I ask. Women, in one sense, they say they want a traditional man, but they don't do traditional values. They want the guy to approach, but it messes us up. So what is it that the women want?
So I think, in all fairness to John, I think one of the things that we have to stop doing, I'm hoping at least the 20 and up crowd recognizes that you're not going to necessarily find your potential mate out of the club. I always encourage my clients, go hang out in spaces where, you're doing things that you enjoy. If you like hiking, go hike, be.
Did she just? That's her.
Yeah, that's her.
Her connection just dropped.
To make things
Real
clear,
quick.
just real quick, I did not meet her at the club. Just want to put that out there.
Okay, cool. That's
no, no problem.
That's even better. It was an assumption on her behalf anyway. Love Crossing Borders, Andre said Tinder survey proved that a female 4 swipes over a male that's 10. And I want to kind of double back on that and say that I've seen plenty of brothers in the club. I've been guilty myself sometimes. You get the beer goggles on, you messed around, and the chick you really wanted to take home, she's gone. And now you getting down to the bottom of the barrel and you still want to dot something that night. So you might take something home that's a little bit questionable. But the backfire is that woman now thinks that she rates somebody at your level or better.
Mm-hmm.
And now she's in that delusional mindset that I got them once, I can get them on a consistent basis. And that's not even true. You just caught that guy on a good day, just like some dudes kept some fine ass women on some good damn nights. But that's
we
not
know
what
that.
she consistently
Man
does.
understands that. And I said that. I
But
said
it looks like
if
Georgia's
I got lucky with Halle Berry, I know that I'm not going to get Halle Berry all the time. That was just that night.
we're not delusional. Men understand we got lucky.
But this is why I was saying earlier that it's our fault.
It ain't our fault.
Well, I mean,
I am not taking somebody's mental disability on myself. You ain't gonna blame me for somebody else's mental incapacities.
You took a 1.5 home. You.
Oh, it wasn't that low, brother. Come on, stop it.
She thinks she got it going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's your fault. Quit drinking. But part of the problem, and John, John, I appreciate you coming on. Part of the challenge for men is that we look for that validation outside of ourselves, and that gets us in a lot of problems. And that's what I was saying. We play out of our position. When we start looking for validation outside of ourselves, we make poor decisions, and we start to give power to people that outside of ourselves. We got to look for we have to validate ourselves. And when we do validate ourselves, and now we're playing and walking in our position of who we are in our value system, then we start to attract the level of women that we would like. It may not be at the time that we would like, but when we're looking for self-validation as opposed to looking outside of ourselves, that's when we start to find the high quality women that we want.
All right, Georgia, you are back now. Your sound boxed out and then you locked up. So
yeah, I don't know what happened.
Okay, so you were in the middle of a statement. Go ahead.
Well, and I don't remember.
You were assuming that John met a woman in a club.
Oh no, I was saying, not necessarily. I'm hoping that this generation, your generation, I'm assuming you're in your 20s, 30s.
Yeah, I'm in my early 20s.
Okay, so my hope is that your generation starts going outside of the club atmosphere to look for
By the
people.
way, when you locked up, he did not go to a club to meet her.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, in general, you've got men and women who are going to the clubs in their 20s, late 20s, early 30s, and they're thinking they're going to meet their potential mate, and I discourage that. Because you just said that you got on the beer goggles, you've been, out with your friends, you're not in the state of mind you would be in on a regular day. And so go to the spaces where you are doing things that you enjoy. If you like hiking, if you like, roller skating, if you like, going to the movies, whatever, go in those spaces. And that's probably where your potential mate is going to be. You've got like-minded things going on. So, I just, the men are out there, the women are out there. Like I said, I've got a lot of clients who are single that are actually got a lot of potential, and they're tired of it. So they stay at home.
Or they go hiking.
Or they,
You're going to find them in the woods.
I wanted to ask Georgia that because I feel like my situation is a little more unique because it's not every day that a guy even gets approached in the first place.
yeah.
But I think maybe you've seen this in your practice since you've done this for so many years, but I feel like
I'm not that old, John. Sorry, go ahead.
But I feel like whenever it does happen to a guy, it's a different kind of feeling because it relieves so much pressure from you because I've cold approached before, especially when I was way younger, I was cold approaching and shot down, and it really does kill a guy's confidence. You can be a 10 out of 10 Chad who plays in the football team, and getting shot down will still hurt your ego so much. But and I'm not, maybe some people prefer the traditional way and the man goes and approach instead of the woman, but I feel like I gotta be honest with you. It's a different feeling when the woman approaches you because there's a feeling of certainty that the first move is completed and there's no awkward icebreaker you have to do and none of that.
Well, John, I'm gonna tell you this: most ugly guys. The reason you see an ugly guy with a nice looking girl because they got that they approach everybody. They done been rejected 1,000 times. And they like this just gonna be 1,001. And I'm gonna keep going until somebody say yes.
All right, Morris, we see you.
And what happens is a lot of beautiful women don't get approached because guys think that they're going to be rejected. That ugly guy, he don't care. He's going to get rejected. He's already been rejected. And that's why sometimes you see that beautiful woman with that average guy because he's been rejected so many times that he just draws it up like the worst thing she can say to me is no. And I've heard no 1,000 times. If this is 1,001, we'll keep on going. And so what you have to do is I know that it gets difficult to get rejected. You can't look at it as a personal thing. You just got to keep going and keep going. Now, a smart woman, a woman who is really interested in you, they will give you like those choosing signals. They'll smile at you, let them know that you can approach them. Nowadays with social media, it's so difficult, because people are just swiping right and you never know what their real intentions are. But don't let someone telling you no discourage you. That's why I hunt. And I'm telling you, I miss way more than, I see things out there that I never get a chance to, but we just keep going. If we gave up, we'd be starving.
There's something to be said about perspective, and if someone rejects you, you can just think in the terms of, hey, you dodged a bullet.
Right.
Right.
Absolutely.
But what I was trying to get at is there's different forms of rejection, right? We all know this because we've all been through it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the one rejection every guy is terrified of is the one rejection where she rejects him and then she goes on and tells all of the friends.
Yes.
That's got to be the worst one. Or she posts it on TikTok or
social media. Yes.
Oh my fucking God.
And we talked about that. Remember I told you that, Georgia, I said it's not that men are scared. What they're scared to do is approach a woman and all of a sudden you are a meme somewhere, or someone got 1 million views because you just walked up to a lady and said, "How are you doing?" And then she just rejected you in such a bad way that, now you become a meme. And so guys have retreated back and said, I'm not trying to be a meme just because I wanted to say hi.
Well, it's interesting because, I'm not the same person I was 30 years ago. I was mean.
Yes, you were.
Yes, you were.
Wait a minute.
I know you were. Yes, you were.
It comes out. I agree with you.
I'm glad I'm meeting this version of Georgia.
Yeah, she was mean back in the day.
Well, we talked about this several shows ago.
Mhm.
If a guy would approach me and if he wasn't up to whatever my standards were at the time, I was a bitch. And
I remember you called the UC basketball player dark. You called him like a milk dud or something.
Damn.
Yeah, you did. I can't remember his name, but man,
You're not supposed to co-sign what I'm saying.
Oh,
You're
I'm
supposed to sit there.
All he's doing is confirming.
Yeah, I'm confirming. We called him a
So
milk
all
dud.
I'm saying is, I wish that I would have recognized back then how hurtful my behavior was. Because when you're young and dumb and you're out with your friends and you're drinking, you do things and, in the moment, you don't even think twice about it. And then as I'm older, I'm like, how many men did I just, and I'm not going to say that I shattered them because I'm not Halle Berry, but how many men did I literally just like ruin their whole night because of the way I just chose? I could have just said no, but I was
My
a bitch.
question is, why did you just not say no? I
Well,
guess
like I said,
think
I
John
was-
would want to know that.
I was
Why not?
young. I was dumb. I was feeling myself. I mean, there's a lot of reasons, and I was never taught.
You were delusional.
I wasn't delusional. Look, I was cute, honey. No, I'm kidding. I'm not.
She
but-
was actually just being her regular self, which is actually good.
Well,
when
what
you
I'm
think about it.
wait, what?
If
What?
you ever read the book Mode One by Alan Roger Curry, he actually speaks upon women being within that form. And what you actually want is a female to be upfront about
Well, no,
whatever her intentions is before you continue on with whatever your intentions are. So
But
that's
I don't-
actually good.
I don't necessarily know that was. I don't know that was my intention. I think that when you're in a space where you're with your friends and you're feeling yourself, I don't know that if I would have been out, at the grocery store and that same person would have approached me, I don't know that I would have responded as nasty as I did. And so,
Was it
So
empowering?
hold
Is that
on.
it?
So when you did respond within that manner, what were your intentions?
I mean, I was drunk. Who knows? I'm just saying that I don't think that I would have I was immature. And
So
I
basically,
don't,
you were just showing out for your girls.
yeah. And I
If you
don't,
wasn't serious about anybody that would approach you that night. You weren't looking for it, so
Correct. And
it
I
didn't matter to you. You could be as rude and as loud as you wanted to be.
well, and I didn't recognize how hurtful it was.
You didn't
Did you
care.
find it-
Let's
did
just
you
say that
find
you
it-
didn't care.
I didn't. But looking back on it, now that I'm older and I hear the stories of situations where men are being turned down, there's no reason to be nasty to somebody. There's no reason to post your rejection all over social media. You know what?
Love Crossing Borders said it. Hold on,
Can I
wait a
say
minute.
this?
Wait a minute, Mars. Hold on, Mars. Love Crossing Borders said it best. He said, she caused him to be happily married today while living in the Philippines. To this day, he dodged a bullet. That's your personality right then. Go ahead, Mars.
And before that, when Mars is finished, I want to give Todd Allen. He's going to be leaving in a moment. I want to give him a goodbye to say what he needs to say. Go ahead, Mars. Yes.
Okay, so what I wanted to say, so what were those intentions? Do you remember, or were you just like too inebriated to understand?
Yeah, I think I don't think I had any intentions. I was just young and dumb. But I'm saying that if I wish I would have had maybe some more interactions with men in my life growing up, then maybe I would have recognized, even inebriated, I think I would have recognized There was no reason for it. And it wasn't that there was anything wrong with the person. Again, I was just in a space. And the reason I'm saying that, because I've seen other women do it. It wasn't just me. And it's unnecessary and it's damaging. And so,
did you find it empowering?
Were you seen
No.
other women be rude and resentful to men? So that's why you felt it.
Wait, say that again. I can barely hear you.
Okay, I said that you felt as though your reasoning for being rude and inebriated to men were based on the fact that you seen that happen before.
I seem to have what?
You've seen it happen before.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, I did it, and then I also saw it happen. And now that I'm older, I recognize that I wish I would have known better, because if I would have known better, I would have done better. And it's just, there's no reason for it. And I wish that young women today would pay attention to how you deal with people and men. You know,
So
these
how
young
old were you? How old were you once you realized? Excuse me. How old was you once you finally realized that, hey, let me stop being ignorant towards men and get serious?
I mean, I was probably in my 30s. This is when I was in my 20s, in my teens. I was just not a nice person.
I mean, 30 what? If you don't mind elaborating.
What'd you say?
He said about what age in your 30s, like 31?
I mean, I don't
32?
know the exact age. It was definitely in my 30s, but I mean, I don't know the exact
But
moment.
you should get a figure if you married. So, like, did you just wake up one day and was like, "Hey, let me stop playing"?
No, I don't. I think it was a combination of experiences that I started to grow up and mature. I don't
But
think
that's
there was.
not a definite number. I asked you for a definite
I
number.
told you I didn't have a definite number. I said it was around
So
in
when
my.
did you stop playing with your food?
Mars. We gonna
When
put
did
it.
you stop playing with your food and you finally ate it?
I don't understand what you're going. What do you?
Like, when did you
Relate,
stop?
he's trying to relate you realizing that you stopped playing with your food and started eating it for the principle of eating it. Like when you were a child, you can remember that if you can't remember the time that you started to grow up. I don't know why he went there with that. He didn't need to go there with that.
I don't understand what that.
Hold on, Darnell. We see you in the background, but I want to give Todd a chance to close out because I know he needs to go. He's on a strict time schedule, and we don't want to abuse it. So, Todd,
Hey,
we
thanks for being
appreciate
here,
you
Todd.
joining the panel, and go ahead and give us your closing remarks.
No, I just appreciate what you guys are doing. I appreciate the opportunity to be on this panel with you guys, and I look forward to being here more often. And
We be shooting up the flag a lot, brother.
Yeah. And Thursday's a good day for me too because we don't have the soccer team and stuff like that. But I'm just glad I was able to see Georgia's other side. I can see the distasteful side of Georgia. Thank you for being. Thank you for being transparent, Georgia.
And Todd, you are in Colombia. I know that you are in Bogota, and Love Crossing Borders is in Cali, but that would be a great connect if you went there. To say hi. Both brothers are living there.
We both have an open invitation. That's
I have a young brother that's in Cali right now. It's Stow King's Travel. He's in Cali right now, but going to Bogota, I think. So I might tell him to give you. I might give him your WhatsApp. If you're okay with that.
Always welcome.
All right.
And I'm just waiting for you guys to come this way too, man.
I will be there.
Well, you know I'm going the other way. But then Love Crossing Borders, he also wants to hook up with you. So I didn't know if I could give him your information. Let me know.
Oh yeah, we're connected.
He's in Cali. I'm talking about Stow King Travel.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But go ahead, Todd. I'm sorry.
Thank you guys for the support and allowing me to be on here with you guys. And I look forward to being on here more and more often. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
It was nice meeting you.
Yeah, we've met before.
Oh, did we?
Yeah, on your very first. You're like very first.
First or second one.
She didn't call you a milk jug back then, now, right?
Sorry. I'm old. I forgot.
Oh, stop it.
Todd, make sure that you put your information in the chat for us. That would be greatly appreciated, sir. He has a YouTube channel where he helps out the science of manliness. So he helps men become more masculine. And his videos have topped and become a great again. I won't give the secret as to why he's topping the charts. But we know.
I thank you for that connect. But I'm a reformed college professor, so I'm boring by nature. So you made me cool. I appreciate it, Fearless.
Aw.
So thank you guys.
All right, man.
All right.
Sir.
Bye.
Yes, we will give him your info, Love Crossing Borders.
Yeah, I'll shoot it over to him, Andre.
All right. Peace, guys.
Peace.
So I think I'm going to try to help out with, man, you blocked him again. Did you block Passport Mars?
No, I didn't block him. Somebody kicked him. I didn't block him. He's saying Andre has him blocked.
Oh.
He's talking about Andre.
Well,
I don't know what that beef is, but you're more than welcome to come back up, Mars. It's just
Hi, Darnell.
you got to understand that you got to respect the panel. So if she's trying to get a point out, you got to let her get it out. And nobody, but the whole thing is nobody's simple-minded. Don't ask a rudimentary question like when did you stop playing with your food? Come on, man.
I'll say it I'll say it in a more better way. I think he's saying, when did you realize that what you were doing before didn't give you the results that you wanted? And you said, I'm going to change who I am so that
you can hit the link again. It's at the top of the chat.
Oh, but I think it wasn't about necessarily dating. I think it was just about me growing up and realizing that I didn't have to treat people that way. There was no need for it. So I don't think
was that because of an evolution of a couple of different types of guys that you had dated and you kind of realized your personality or something needed to change as you were getting older?
I really don't. I think it was just I didn't want to be a mean person. There was no reason for it.
So you just woke up one day with an epiphany and like, I'm going to be a nice girl.
I don't think it was I woke up one day. I think it was a combination of things, and I started to grow up and slowly mature. And then I was just like, oh, okay, I don't need to be a bitch.
So I'm going to say this, and Darnell, I don't want to call you an average guy, but I'm going to say you're an average guy. He does have light skin privilege. We'll give him that high yellow privilege. So how does a man like Darnell, who is an average guy, how does he get a female? How does Just John, even though he has a woman, but they were average men, how do they get these women? Darnell, how do you get a woman? And I want Georgia to help you out on.
How did your date go, by the way?
Oh, my date? I thought it went pretty good. As a matter of fact, we went on a second date yesterday. Went pretty well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So being an average guy, Darnell, how do you find it in the dating world? Do you find it difficult? What's out there?
Yeah, it's it's very difficult. I mean, I think right now, both sexes, are kind of ruining it for everyone else, and what I mean by that, like when it comes to men, you do got like some men, for example, that some of them are just downright Pookies and Tyrones, but some of them, they're not necessarily Pookies or Tyrones, but they see that behavior and, they mimic that behavior. They're like, oh, well, that's what it takes to get women and stuff like that. I think you guys also did a, episode on the red pill. We know about the red pill talking points. So that kind of does create a toxic environment, I believe, for women. And on the other side of the coin, when it comes to women, let's face it. I mean, I think today modern women are quite delusional. I
want to ask a question on that, and this is for Just John and for Darnell, and I want you to go in, Georgia. If average men are being rejected and they aren't good enough anymore, is that good? Because then what that makes an average man do is say, I got to be better than average. Now I got to improve myself. I got to work on my physical, my mental, my monetary. So is that good for average men that women don't want average men anymore?
You want to
is
start
that
it
good
out,
for
Darnell?
men?
Yeah.
No, you start off. Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
And then I want Georgia to go in and say, is that good for men not to be average?
Okay, so For me, it's not a good thing. I have to be honest with you, because I think the main difference between men and women is that when men don't have a good, let's say, relationship prospect, they tend to give up more easily. They don't turn that into motivation to work on themselves. And I think Ronin and Fearless, you two would agree that a man with no options, not for the most part, they don't necessarily come up to turn into Quavo, and then that's not the average guy, you know? Like most guys, if they don't have a good relationship prospects, it affects them, you know? And I think Kevin Samuels has actually mentioned this, that a man does better in a relationship. You know, I recently got courted by someone pretty much, and it's making me work harder, you know? It's given me more motivation than ever for me personally, you know? And if I do excel, you know, way higher in life, it's going to be because of that I feel that security, you know, that like someone's holding me down, that sort of thing, you know?
All right, I'm gonna play devil's advocate. If
We
you
see
were
you
a
in the back,
lion,
Mars. We'll bring
if
up
you
in a
were, yep, if you were a lion on the Serengeti and you could not procreate because you weren't the best, that would be great, because that means that your genes would not be passed on, and it would be survival of the fittest. So what is the difference if you know average doesn't procreate? What's the difference?
Right. So I think first I want to make a thing here, or I want to mention this, that there's a difference between below average and average, right? Because I don't want people to mistaken below average for average. An average person just means he's doing average in life, you know, the median, you know, which still isn't a terrible thing. It's not the best thing, right? But at the same time, you know, for me, well, yes, you are right technically, Fearless, that there should be that sort of hypergamy somewhat, but I think the hypergamy has been kicked in too much, you know, because of social media. And now, you know, what used to be the top 10% of guys that were being chased, you can forget about 10%. It looks more like 1% now, with the exception of a few lucky people, and I would consider myself a lucky person, you know. So
Now to go on your benefit, I will say the most dangerous man is a man that doesn't have options. The man that feels like he can't get anywhere. Those are dangerous men, because those are men who feel like they have nowhere else to go. And
there you
it's
have it.
sad,
Yep.
yes. And I feel it's sad because there are average women who will bypass that. And it's like, how can you bypass what we are? Average is, there's nothing wrong with being average. But I will say this, the average man in today's world who can't get a date, who can't procreate, who can't date with women, they're dangerous. Because when a man is subjected to not having a way out or a way to go, their decision making can become erratical. So
Right.
in
That's what I meant by dating prospects. When a man doesn't have any dating prospects, it doesn't always, for the most part, turn into motivation to get better.
Correct.
It just
It
leads
becomes
them into a
structure.
darker road. And this is exactly why, well, maybe not exactly, but this is in part why you'll see guys like Elliot Rogers, you know,
Yeah, I was just getting
more
ready to bring that
aggressive
up.
men.
And to American Live, yeah, Just John is like 6'4", 24 years old. Are you Just John? 24, 25?
Yeah, 24.
Yeah. We'll call him a handsome young man in his prime. I'll ask this.
I appreciate that, brother.
I'll ask Darnell the same question. Darnell, about the averageness. Do you think? How do you feel about that? Go ahead, sir.
I think it's a double-edged sword. It can, to be honest with you, it can be a motivator, you know, for to change. There are some men out there that will go in there and make that change and become a better man. There are some men that do become more productive. You know, whether it be with finances or it could be with getting into the gym. You know, get sick and tired of it. It's kind of like, if Dave Ramsey would say, you gotta look at yourself in the mirror and say, I've had it. I am sick and tired. You got to get angry, and that is how you harness that anger. Now that's what makes it different for men. Some men are able to harness that anger and use it as fuel for something positive, and then you have the other men that become the Elliot Rodgers, as the other gentleman had just mentioned, and they use that fuel for negative things, and that's why I call it a double-edged sword. It can be good, it can be bad. It just depends on how you harness those emotions and energy.
So Georgia, I'll ask you: is there something wrong? Not wrong. When you have a man that's just average, shouldn't as a man you say, no, that's not acceptable? You should, as a man, be striving for more. You should be doing this for more. Or do you say, accept
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I just want my man's Darnell to stop rocking back and forth like that for a minute. Because I don't think he realized, maybe he bobbing the music or something. My bad, G.
No, he knows. It's just he has I think it's his nervousness that he does that.
Yeah, I have RLS.
I don't know what RLS is, but if that means rocking back and forth, that's what he got.
Stupid ass. All right, go ahead. Finish your question with Georgia. Yeah. Finish your question with Georgia real quick.
He didn't finish the question.
You didn't finish the question.
No, I finished the question.
You didn't.
Oh, is it all right for a man to be average, or would you tell him as a therapist, no, you need to strive beyond that if you want better results?
I don't think there's any issue with average men. So this whole conversation is weird to me. I think
Have you dated an average man before?
We're not talking about me.
I know, but hey, you talk about us. Have you dated an average man? And if the man was average, what do you say to him?
What does average mean?
You tell us what your definition of an average man is. Stop playing.
Exactly.
Well, Georgia, I'm gonna put it this way, Georgia. Have you ever dated what you would perceive back then as a milk dud?
No, milk dud.
And I will say this. All right, I'll ask this. Georgia is a little taller than the average woman. So you want to say your height?
I'm 5'9.5".
All right. So would you date a man?
That's already a difficulty because half the men out there are 5'9".
My husband is shorter than I am.
Oh,
whoa!
So you don't mind shorter guys as long as they're white. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Did that come out? I'm sorry. Did that?
No.
I'm so sorry. Did I say that out loud?
But let's talk about
you
that
made an
now.
excuse or exclusion.
Because now she's married. But back in the day, would you have dated a man that was shorter than you? So in your 30s, let's go.
Hell no, she wouldn't have.
Made a little less money than you.
No, I would not have.
Hell no, she wouldn't have. You already know the truth.
So that average man, and at that time when you were in your 30s, do you think you were an average woman?
Hell no.
Bro, she thought she was super fly. She ain't give
5'9", man, come on.
She was
no.
5'9", runway ready. Were you runway ready?
Well,
I would have been terrified to approach her with her attitude.
Through the streets. You were scared of her.
That was not nice, John. No,
What happened to Darnell?
He'll be out.
Oh. Yeah, 5'9" is tall. That means when she put on heels, if they were 3 inches to 6 inches, she already 6 something. So she ain't dealing with no average dude like that. Stop playing.
No,
y'all know what it is. That shit ain't changed because she older.
And she thick in the thighs
back then.
She thick in the thighs.
Oh Lord Jesus.
So yeah, no. Back then, no, I don't think that I would have even looked at anybody shorter than me. But
and with heels, and not just shorter than you, with heels.
With heels, all the time.
And what was your average height on your heels? 6.
At
what
least.
That make you?
At least 3 inches.
There you go.
But I mean,
so an average man wouldn't have been good. So good enough for you. I mean, at that time. So
Well,
how does
but
that?
but
In
again,
Georgia, see, that's
but it,
another thing. The
well,
Georgia
hold
dating
on.
scene
I was
wasn't like
also
that.
very immature, and I think that was the
But
thing.
you were feeling yourself at 5'9",
But that was.
light
Can I
skin,
speak on this?
running
Hold
around.
on.
Go
Can I
ahead.
speak on this? In Georgia at that time, the year that you was talking about, I mean, that had to actually be rare because most Georgian females, like when we came down south, they was actually kind of
I'm not. Hold on.
lenient.
I'm not from Georgia.
She's not from Georgia.
I'm not from Georgia.
But
Her
it don't
name's
matter.
Georgia, but she's
Even if
not
they
from
was,
Georgia.
even most people
Because
in
she
Georgia
lives
not
there
from
now,
Georgia.
but she's not
Yeah,
from
no,
there.
so passport or Mars or whatever. My entire family is tall, and all of my friends were pretty tall. So I wasn't like a phenomenon.
I'm not saying that you was a phenomenon, but I'm saying at the time within the Georgia scene, even up until maybe 2012, I think things shifted. But it wasn't that the females in Georgia was like mean to people, but they was still like just maybe as quiet as they used to be. So
She's
what
not
year
a
was
Southern Belle though.
Yeah,
She's not a
right? But
Southern
most
Belle. She's
women
from the city.
in Georgia are not
She's
from
a
Georgia.
city girl.
I am not a city girl. I'm
Right.
Yes, you are.
Oh, see, hold on.
Fearless knows I was not a city girl.
Mm-mm.
No.
She's from the suburbs, from
Yeah.
them rich suburbs.
So I'm not sure what the question is, Mars. But no, I mean, I was in my circle of people. I didn't stick out.
What I was saying is that when you go to Georgia, I don't care where they from. Usually, they are just nicer like that. Like you'll meet females from New York. Wherever you go in Georgia, kindly, especially once you get to the Atlanta Center, like she was talking about earlier, Dunwoody. I think she said Sandy Springs, but that's within the Dunwoody area.
Malik, how old? Mars,
Yes.
how old are you?
I'm 36.
Okay, she's quite a bit older. Not
Quite a
quite.
bit.
Yeah, so she's in Gen X. It's a different time. She grew up in like the 80s.
Yeah.
Okay, but I think the first time I went out there was 2006.
No, I'm talking way before then, but it wasn't.
Oh,
No,
she talking the freak.
Yeah, I think that's what brought. She went down for Freaknik.
Bruh, that's what I'm trying to tell
Yeah.
you. You in the wrong generation, brother. You in the wrong
yeah,
generation.
you're way off. I was a freak.
She was in the 90s, the 91, 92, 93 area.
Ooh, shit. I'm looking at her. She might be. Hold on. This, yeah.
It was way before your time.
No, you are not going to catch her on a clip.
No, she looked like she been clipped.
Don't sound like that.
Shit,
No. So no, I didn't stick out, and I blended right in, and the females back then. I mean,
You didn't blend in at no 6 foot.
You had things handed to you. I mean, you walked into a club, you had the VIP. It wasn't a big deal. You had red carpet treatment from the time you got out the car until the time you left the club. So
You got to remember, I knew Georgia before she went to Georgia. And when she went down there, she was like, I done lost my. She was like blackity black, blackity black. She was like, I done went to black heaven down here. These men love me. I'm in VIP. She wasn't trying to come back nowhere. She was.
D-War, you're absolutely right. This is the perfect example. Is that you have to leave some women alone until they grow up a little bit.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, I was not a nice person. I'm completely different now, but it took me to grow up, and it took life experiences. And it was never about relationships. I had some pretty good relationships. I can't remember anybody like I want dead. It wasn't like that. I grew up.
I remember a guy. I won't say a name. His name starts with an N.
Why you got to keep on dropping hints?
No, but I'm saying because it
What
was
if
a
she
nice
got a
guy. I
stalker?
thought he was a nice guy.
What if she got a
You know what I'm
stalker and
talking
he be
about?
stalking her to this day?
Do you know the name I'm talking about? Noor.
I cannot stand you right now.
No, he was a good guy. I'm saying you dated.
Uh-oh.
You thought he was a good guy. I thought he was a
Yeah,
good guy.
he was a good guy.
Yeah, there was nothing wrong with him. So she dated great guys. So I think she had opportunities.
I was just
Wait,
mean.
can I ask
was
Georgia
mean
something
and immature.
personally?
Huh?
Georgia, I just want to ask you something, right? So let's just say, Georgia, you were in college, right? Growing up at the time. Did it ever come across your mind by any chance, or even for friends or whatever, or maybe you hear it in the practice in what you do for your profession? Did it ever occur to you, maybe like, because I understand, you were ruthless, right? But when you were younger, but would
Damn,
you
I
ever
like that
consider a
descriptive
chance?
word. That's a good descriptive word, ruthless.
Oh, shit.
I love good
But would you
descriptive
have
words.
ever, thought of like maybe, getting with that guy that was on the come up, or did you just need him already, up there already?
Oh no, I didn't. No. I was fine with the guy on the come up. It's just if you met me out on the scene with my girls, I just wasn't a nice person. So I had my share of broke men. So I
Don't
just
look at me. I wasn't broke. Was I?
Wow. Okay. I was not expecting to hear
was
that.
not. I wasn't
So-
looking. I was just
So, Miss
making.
Georgia, I was just going to ask
Just
real
to
quick, Miss
confirm,
Georgia.
it's not the broke football player, right? I just want to make sure throw that out the window. Was it the broke football player, or was it the average Joe, the milk dud?
A lot of questions. A lot of questions.
I will say this: that Georgia was one of the first women when I was in school that told me, "You don't have to lie. Just tell them the truth. They're gonna be with you anyway." I remember you told me that. You're like, "Why are you lying? Tell them the truth. It don't matter." I was like, "Oh, I don't have to lie to him. I can just tell him, and it's still the same." She was like, "Yeah, just tell him."
coach.
Yeah, she was just like, "Why lie to him? If you honest with him, yeah, it's gonna be the same." I was like, "Wow, okay, shoot." I started telling the truth from then on. It was easy after that.
Yeah, I mean, John, no, I don't think it was. It wasn't I think it was just the time and the place where if you caught me, and like I said, I think growing up and recognizing how unnecessary that behavior is. And I think, unfortunately, some of these girls, and I say girls, 20s and 30s, the way that they talk and the way that they treat men, it's not okay. And it's very hurtful and it's very damaging and it's unnecessary.
I want to say this. How can we speak on that? Because he did a good job of kind of painting the time and the environment that was going on at that time. So I can kind of maybe get a picture, but at the same time, I can't understand where your mentality was. And neither are you painting a good picture for me to understand why you was being this.
Mars, why are you struggling with this? Why are you struggling with this? I'm
struggling. I'm not struggling. I'm telling you what I don't understand about you, and you're being vague about the description. And your description is, I was just mean. And then several other people ask you a question, and you are this educated individual who is not giving any
Pause, Mars.
not
Pause.
giving
You're
any
not gonna
concept
pause
into why
Mars.
you was like, I don't
Really
understand
ask me
why
the
you
question that you're wanting to ask.
Mars, you're gonna have to pause when we say pause. Okay.
Yes,
And so she can get a better understanding of what you ask a specific, poignant question. Okay. And I'm going to unmute you.
Okay. If she's this educated individual and someone asks her a question, which all of us have asked her
ask the question
several times.
Okay. Ask the question. Don't go around.
Okay. What is the reason for you describing yourself as mean to men?
Because she was.
I said it 9 million times ago. It was the way that I spoke to the men and the way that I responded to the men when they would approach me. It was unnecessary.
But that's not the underlying. We trying to get a little deeper than.
Let me ask you, Mars. Have you cheated on women or played women?
That's not the question.
I know, but
Because
I want to ask you, what would be your reason for cheating or playing on women?
I'm not talking to you about this question. I'm talking to her.
I'm asking you a question because then it goes
All right.
back to say, what is your underlying cause? Because a lot of times we do things and we don't understand why we do it. We just do it.
But let me see if I can help out, get them to understand. So, Miss Georgia, were you like influenced at the time? Think of younger Miss Georgia. Were you influenced at the time by your friends, like kind of a clique like system?
Absolutely.
There you go. It's like, so all you got to do is watch the movie Mean Girls, and you'll understand.
Yes. Yeah, and I said it was the space that I was in, the people that I was around, the vibe, it was all of that. So there was no underlying issue. It was the space I was in immaturity. I was not mature enough to understand.
What she's saying is a lie, because if she's a psychologist, isn't she a psychologist?
She's a therapist. She's a licensed therapist.
I think you're trying to go deeper than it goes, Mars.
Okay, so if she's a licensed therapist, nothing has to really be said to her for her to understand anything, and she's withholding all this information, but yet she's
but Mars, it sounds like you know something that she doesn't.
Hold
So
on.
what are you trying to get
Hold
at?
on, one person at a time, please. Hold on. First of all, Mars, I get you're going and trying to pull out something you feel like she's hiding. Spell out exactly what you think she's hiding from everybody, so she can either deny or confirm that she's hiding it. You're kind of trying to get her to admit to something that you're trying to pull out of her. Why don't you just say what you think she's hiding?
We're adults.
So she can confirm or deny it. She's a grown woman. She's gonna tell you.
Okay, well, she's obviously not telling us anything. My speculations does not matter. I asked her a specific question, and she stands so surface. Even when Darnell said, "Hey, a little deeper," she like, "Hey, yeah, that's a little deeper," but she's still.
Mars, you're going around
surface.
Robin Hood's barn to ask the question
What are you
that
looking
we're
for?
waiting for. So all we want you to do is ask a specific question of what you think she's hiding. She's a grown woman. She's going to tell you
I
yes
asked
or no.
her why she was. I apologize for interrupting.
Go ahead.
I asked her why was she being mean,
And she told
just
you
was
because
like,
she was in a clique.
because-
She told you because she was in a clique, a mean girl clique, and that's the way
No,
they
she
acted when they were in
actually
public.
didn't say. She actually didn't say that. Darnell had to say something else to make her
Mars,
admit.
what are you looking for, sunshine? What are you looking for? I'll tell you.
I just don't believe that the surface root was, "Hey, I just popped up in Georgia one day and I was mean." That
So
don't
what do you
even.
think it was? What are you looking for?
That's
what do
why
you-
I'm asking you.
No, you must have something in your brain because
You have a theory.
I don't even
Yeah,
know.
you have a
No,
theory.
it just does not make sense that you just one day woke up and was like, "Hey, I'm a mean girl because I'm in Georgia based on my friends."
That is not what I
But
said.
what's the answer you're looking for?
Let me help you out, Passport Mars. You keep saying she woke up in Georgia. She's not from Georgia.
I'm not from Georgia.
She was
I
from
know
Ohio.
that.
So she was mean way before she went to Georgia. She I don't know if it had, way before she ever went down there, she was like that.
Yes.
In my opinion, I think she went down there and just started feeling herself. Like, wow, I grew up in a suburb where there were some white people. Now I'm with a whole bunch of black people, and damn, they treat me like kings, and I can do whatever I want. So, she was mean. She was the same way in
so
college
let's talk about
at the time.
that you was from. Now,
Wait, what was that?
How was your
The
high school
suburb.
life?
How was it? In what way?
Did you feel respected? How was it before you became this stepper in Atlanta?
I was mean in high school.
Oh, wait, hold on, Georgia. I think I'm understanding now. Let me try and paraphrase.
Okay.
I think what he's asking you is, during your time growing up, from very little, what has led you to becoming that mean girl?
I don't think it was anything in particular. I don't think I realized how mean I was. I don't think I realized my behavior until I became older and started reflecting like, wow, that wasn't okay. So I don't even think I recognized that, blowing guys off or being rude when they would ask for my number. I don't even think I realized how nasty it was.
I remember this, and this is crazy. Your number started with 777. That's how bad. Because I was like, "Oh, you playing me like that? Oh, we going with that 9311. Is that how we gonna do it?" That's weird that I remember that. So, and the reason I asked you, Passport Mars, is I was a person who played on women, and if you ask me why I played on women, I really couldn't tell you. I was like, "What? I don't know why I cheated on her. I don't know why I did that. I just know that I hurt some people." So that's why I asked you, did you cheat? Have you played women? And if so, what reason did you do it?
No, I was asking her based on, because we was talking about, she's a therapist. You haven't really spoke on your educational prowess, so I don't know.
Mars, this is your first time listening. We have almost 8 weeks of backlog tape that you can go back and listen to her whole life story. She's admitted to a lot of different things, but I know you're on this one tonight. You might want to go back and listen to some of the other ones. There's nothing she's hiding. We all understand who Georgia is. She's been on enough of our panel.
I'm just asking questions, but maybe anyone else who's listening to.
So I asked you for the fourth time, Passport Mars. No, it's not a question. It's not a problem. But I asked you the same question, which you have not answered.
Because it's not about me. It's
not about her either. If you're on a panel talking about why is it wrong for men being average, but you're kind of trying to drill into Georgia's background and history when that has nothing to do with men.
She made a statement. She said, "Hey, I blew off a lot of dudes because I was being mean. And it was frivolous, like I was spending dollars on candy."
So I asked you the same thing, Mars.
Hey, why is that?
Hold on, Passport. What specifically would you like to know? That's what I think that's what I'm confused about. You're not asking a direct question.
I'm asking you a direct question, but you're just.
Can you ask me again?
Keep blowing past it like you was blowing past.
Oh my goodness!
The thousands of dudes through your teens, through your 20s, and through your 30s. I asked you, what time exactly did you start being more responsible? You said, "Well, hey, sometime, I don't know." So
no, I said in my question. Okay, so when did you? No,
she said in her 30s.
I said in my 30s. So what are you not getting? When did you hit puberty?
30s is a big difference between.
Okay, when did you hit puberty?
When did
I'm
I
not sure about what he's asking anymore.
What does that have to do with me asking you a question about you being serious? Listen. Okay. Let me be clear about this. The only reason I'm asking you this is because you're supposed to be a professional within your profession, right? You're supposed to keep things professional. And if you just tossing up anything as a I don't know, how can anybody take you serious?
What are you talking about? I feel like this is a personal agenda.
I think so.
What are you talking about?
There's not a personal agenda. If somebody asks you right now an application, "Hey, how old are you?" You're not gonna write, "I'm 30 something, motherfucker." You still blowing that off.
But you haven't Passport Mars. I asked it. Oh, you didn't have to let him go here.
No, I just put him in the green room. He ain't gone.
No, bring him up. I brought him up because I asked him the same question, of which he still hasn't answered. And you're on a panel. And the reason I asked you that question is sometimes in our life, we don't know what or specifically we can say that transformed us or made us different. We just know that I was something at this time. And the reason she asked you, when did you start puberty? Because if you asked me, I wouldn't know. Oh, I started on February 3rd, December something. I wouldn't know a date. I just know that one day I had some hair on my balls, and before that I didn't. That's all. I don't know what happened in between that, or what I was feeling like when I found out I had hair on my balls. I don't know. It was a transformation, and that transformation
happened over time. It doesn't happen overnight.
Exactly.
So
And so
my
when you're trying to say
maturity has to
pinpoint
go
a
with
specific,
time.
yeah, he's trying to say pinpoint a specific moment. And a lot of times we don't have a specific moment because it's
Nor
like
do
an
we
ingredient.
remember. I'm 57 years old. Do you think I recall every last minute that's happened to me in my whole life at 57?
Correct. It's like an ingredient. You say, how do I bake a cake? Well, it's this ingredient, it's some sugar, it's some flour. All of these things went to bake a cake. It wasn't one thing that happened to us that made us change. So in her life, it was probably I had this relationship. I found that this didn't work. I worked here and this didn't happen. Yeah. Yeah. And so I learned something about myself because that's how we all are. Something
It's
happens
just like
to
the
us
way we
over
turn into
time.
passport bros, right? I mean, we go through bad. I went through bad experiences, you know. I had one girl reject me, and she told everybody else, and it fucked me over. That was part of the reason why. That was part of the reason why I turned into a passport bro, because I threw in the towel. I said, you know what, I give up, and then all of a
Did you say
sudden,
you went from a YN to a passport, bro? Hold on, what?
what?
Oh my bad.
He went from a what?
No, I said I went from that being that man to just a passport bro, or being that guy. That's what I was trying to get at.
So it wasn't Mars. It wasn't that it wasn't a defining moment. It was a combination of experiences. And I started to grow up and reflect on my behavior, and I wasn't okay with it. So it wasn't a defining moment.
But that is a defining moment, though. Right. So you explained it better to me. That is a defining moment.
It wasn't a defining combination of
baby girl.
Sweetie, I'm older than you. Okay. I'm not a baby. I'm explaining to you it was a combination of experiences that got me to the point that I recognized my behavior wasn't okay. It wasn't a defining moment. It was a combination of experiences.
Georgia, I think we should get off this topic because we're just going to keep going around in a circle.
Correct. What he wants is if you were an alcoholic, you know how an alcoholic says, I hit rock bottom, and there's a whatever that rock bottom is that made them change. He wants to know your rock bottom. But not everybody hits a rock bottom. It's a combination.
A rock bottom.
Yeah, it's just.
Oh, so what is it though? See, this is what I'm saying. What's the difference between a rock bottom and a metamorphosis?
She didn't say that. She just said it's a combination of all the things that happened in her life.
Caterpillar to a butterfly without a metamorphosis? Did she still a caterpillar?
No one turns into a buff man in one day. Come on, it takes practice.
That's like saying what made me a strong man and I was weak. I don't know. It was years of working out. I don't know.
Years
one moment
of work, but listen.
But that's what she's saying. It's not one moment.
We can identify years of work. With her, it was just I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
What do you mean by a combination of experiences? What do you think I'm saying? It was a combination of experiences, years of experiences, years of me growing up in maturity.
But what experiences if you was always in control? What did you experience?
She said it. She said
if you was always in control of being mean.
She already answered it.
Why are we still?
She did. Hold on. Nah, she did not answer that. Like,
she said school. She said relationships. She said growing up, past relationships, moving.
Education.
I mean, maybe I'm listening and you're not, because that's exactly what she said.
You know what? I think maybe this we're not interpreting this question right, but I think if you go back to the previous lives with Georgia, you might find something you can dig that maybe answers that question
That's
better.
why I said he needs to go back and watch the other lives. Georgia has introduced herself multiple times over a series of 10 episodes. We've had at least 10
I've
person
asked the
therapy
same
sessions.
question of Passport Moors 5 times.
Georgia, put your hand down.
I will ask for the 6th time. At what point have you cheated? Have you been with other women? And if so, at what exact point did you change?
Listen, I've been,
and for the 6th time, he's not going to ask it.
I know.
I've been a consistent person.
For the sake of the fact that
I never was like, yo, I feel any type of way. My number one thing was
that's cap, dude. Come on, man. We all go through ups and downs.
I don't care. My first thing was to maintain
What do you want
myself
me
and
to
my
tell you that I was
well-being
on
for
the
the
corner
future.
doing crack? I mean, what do you?
So when did you realize that you had to
See,
maintain
that's
yourself
there we
for the
go.
future?
Let's get
No.
to it. On the
At
corner,
what point did you have to
smoking
realize you had to
crack.
maintain
Yeah. Okay, we
yourself?
getting to it now. Hold on. Let's
All
get
right.
into
No, Mars.
that.
No, we're not going to
people
get to
like.
it because we're not going to turn it into
I didn't say
something
that
that
she
you
was
want to
being
turn it
out with
into.
What are you
So,
sucking
looking?
ass
Mars,
for
stop.
fucking
Everybody
cupcakes.
stop talking. Everybody stop talking. Now, Mars, you are here to prove a point, or you trying to turn this panel up into something that it does not need to be? Now, we've asked you calmly to explain or get to a point. You have hogged up this panel way too long. Buck Travel's been sitting here, hasn't said a word, been interrupted, or done anything to trying to allow you to get your point out. Georgia has been patient enough with you for you to get your point out. Whatever it is that's bothering you, young brother, you either need to put a fucking grip on it and spit it out.
Hey,
or
fuck
go
you
back.
and fuck that bitch that just called me a
There you go.
crackhead. Nah,
There you go.
suck
Goodbye.
my dick.
Have a goodbye.
There we go.
And we
Had
knew
to
that
get
was
him
going to
out.
happen too.
That is not what I said.
I don't think she ever
I
called him a
was doing
crackhead.
crack. Is
She
that what
didn't.
you?
Sorry about that. Sometimes
I
black
knew it was
people
going to
need-
happen. That's why
there's
I
always a difference between Negroes and black people, and now y'all understand what the difference is.
So, hey, let's get Buck Travel in here. He's been pacing enough. Buck, you need to unmute yourself.
And now I understand
He's not
why
asleep. Buck
Andre
might have
at
fell
Love
asleep by now.
Crossing might have kicked him out. I'm sorry, I did not.
I didn't understand why. Why did it go left? What was it?
Because
No, he was
black
trying.
people-
No, he was
some
trying to
black-
hype up the panel. I can already tell it wasn't going to be anything until he irritated you enough to where you lost your composure.
I wasn't going to.
I understand that, and so since you couldn't lose your composure, he tried to get you to that point, and that's why when he wanted to assume you called him a crackhead, he wanted to turn it up some more.
That's not what I said. I said, did you?
I know you didn't.
Oh, okay. All right.
Buck, are you awake or did you fall asleep?
Buck. Hey, Buck. Buck went to sleep.
Yeah. All right, so let's move around again.
So I will say, John, I appreciate you trying to interpret. I really do appreciate, and Darnell, all of you trying to
It's
help
called
me.
Negro splaining.
Yeah.
We got sometimes you got a Negro splain.
I do. I appreciate the support. I do. Seriously.
I mean, I don't understand what he was so confused about. I mean, you had answered the questions. You said you changed in your 30s. It's like, yeah, but what the exact day, what time? I mean, that's kind of crazy. It's like
when somebody tries to put you in that box, he's looking to start a fight.
I didn't know what he was doing.
Yeah, but he if you guys noticed, right as Georgia mentioned crack, that's when he started raising his voice. So something was going on.
Yeah, he was waiting to get her upset enough where he called her out and she called him out of his name, and then he could really get it going.
But I wasn't going to. I was just trying to understand, like, why. First of all, why was he so frustrated? Because clearly there was something about me that irritated him.
Yeah.
But I wanted to know, what was he looking for? He was looking for like this.
He's looking for some ultimate answer that's not going to be given on a panel for live when she is a therapist and she shouldn't be giving out legal advice to somebody she clinically does not have any kind of legal right to give advice to. So
Right.
first of all, Mars, this is hypothetical conversation based on her level of experience. She is not able to give you licensed advice on a live without first having you in a room and asking you a whole bunch of questions.
Like, all right, I'll get it. He's saying he a therapist. How are her thoughts not organized? That's not it. Like if I say I travel, it's not one moment that made me start traveling. I'd have to go back and say, well, you know what? When I seen my mom pass away, I seen that, she lived in one place her entire life, and it seemed like she really didn't see the world. I didn't want to live like that. Was that the one thing? No, because then it was, I didn't really want to spend my money. And my brother was like, hey, let's take this trip. And we're like, oh, I don't really want to do it, but we saved up some money and went. That was number two. It was a whole lot of things that led to me going someplace. It was me going back to the same neighborhood I was at and seeing the same people in the same places, talking about the same block. And I was like, I don't want to be those people. What I keep trying to tell you was, you don't make a cake with just flour. It took flour, egg, sugar. All of these things made a cake. Those ingredients is what made me travel. It wasn't one ingredient. It was a combination of things that happened over a span of years. And maybe even from the span that I was young, taking a Greyhound to go see family reunion, or taking all of those things made me into who I was. So for you to say what specific thing it was, that's very difficult. You can only say, well, at this time of my life, this happened, this time this happened. And then you come to a conclusion. That's how it works. But he wanted you to say what man or what this caused it. And that's very difficult.
I mean, you know, like, so Miss Georgia and Ronin, when did you guys realize that you guys couldn't eat a pepperoni pizza before going to bed? You know?
Yeah, I want dates, I want times, I want everything.
36, about 36 years old, I knew I couldn't eat anything red after a certain time. I was going to have acid reflux.
But how many times before that did you eat a pizza? You know,
thousands.
How many times before?
Yeah, I'm gonna say thousands because, you know, I used to work for Pizza Hut before I went to college. That was my first job, was Pizza Hut, and I worked all the way through Pizza Hut and all the way up into management until I went to college. So I ate thousands of pizzas and didn't have any problems till I got to a certain age. So that's how I.
But I'll psychoanalyze him, even though I don't know him. I think what has happened is maybe he has been hurt by women, and he wants to know, at what point in a life does a woman change? Does a woman say,
"It's
I'm
different
tired
for
of hurting
women"?
men? Yeah. So maybe that's it. He wants to know.
Well, I could definitely tell he had been hurt before, but I didn't know what triggered him. There was something I said that triggered him, and I couldn't understand what it was. And it's unfortunate that he went the route of name calling, because I wanted to understand what he was hearing and what he needed to hear from me. But I could clearly tell he had been hurt at some point, and badly, not just a little bit. So I wish that conversation wouldn't have turned left, because I wanted to understand where he was coming from. So I just think it's unfortunate for him to. Let me go even further. You know, there were times where Darnell and I challenged Darnell, and Darnell could have absolutely went left and called me out of my name, but he didn't. And for some reason, he felt compelled to call me out of my name, and there was nothing offensive that was said. So there was a lack of maturity on his end. But
so basically, if this was at the hospital with the girl going off, this would have went left. This would have not been the person you could have said, "Hey, can we have a conversation?"
Oh no. I think it's unfortunate because there's a lot of hurt there, and there's a lot of anger towards women, validated by the fact that he's F that B, and I didn't say anything to even justify that. There was not this me sitting on the road selling my ass moment. There wasn't that. It was just me growing up in a combination of experiences that I recognize it is not okay to treat people badly. It's not. And it can cause long-term unnecessary damage. And so, you know, when John was talking about, you know, being rejected and his fear of it being plastered on social media, those are the long-term unnecessary effects of having to date in this new world now, social media, because you can't control what's put out there, and it's scary because people can literally twist and turn a moment into something heinous, and you can't defend yourself. So, I mean, I get what John is saying. I would, if I had to go back, no. If I had to date in this day and time, I would be single. There's no way in hell I would subject myself to the stuff that is out there now. And the fact that social media is out there to expose people if you get hurt, there's no way I would date right now. It takes a very brave, courageous person to put themselves out there.
But see, Georgia, if I may, I think that correlates to why it's so profitable for people to sell courses on talking to women and stuff like that. Because as Ronin, or as Fearless mentioned earlier, you know, the most dangerous man is a man with no options. That's why they're desperate to get options.
Absolutely.
Exactly. Exactly.
Wow.
You know,
That's a good turn.
me, I just, as I said, I'm gonna say it again. I got lucky. You know, I really did, and it's not gonna be everybody. You know, it just happened to me all of a sudden. And don't get me wrong, I'm happy right now. You know, but I accept the fact that if that wouldn't have happened, I would continue to stay single, at least in the United States.
Yeah.
Once you travel, and it's different. But it took me to travel to even get my first experience in the first place. That's just me being completely honest. So it took me, well, let's see here. It took me 24 Valentine's Day being alone, and then all of a sudden now I have someone. See, that's the sort of perspective that I want to give you.
Wow, you actually kept count.
Well, I go along with the years, so yeah.
Wow.
Well, I love that for you, John, and I'm glad that you didn't. I'm glad you didn't give up, especially if a relationship is something you desired. I'm glad that you kept going.
Oh no, I did give up. It's just the fact that she approached me. That was the only thing that
Ain't nothing wrong with getting clubbed over here by a female. That's worth it.
Right.
Exactly.
I gotta go.
It just so happens she's white, but
No, that's
you
fine. I know
if she was black, I probably would have still.
Oh damn.
Maybe I would have still gone out with her. You know, but it
Have you
just
ever
so
dated
happens
a
she
black
was
woman?
white. Those have okay. I gotta be honest with you. Those have been some of my worst rejections.
Look, can I say something? Because this makes
I've
this
had
makes
black
no
women
sense.
say I'm not hood enough for her.
Oh yeah, don't worry about it. Don't need to be.
Yeah, don't. Yeah.
Can I say this because this makes no sense to me? He says when she says proudly, I was mean as fuck to everybody. Now I'm a therapist that doesn't compute. That would like me saying I cheated on everybody I was with, and I had threesomes, foursomes, fucked them all, whatever, and now I'm married. It's like at one point, whatever I did. Exactly. That's why I can't understand what he's saying.
I honestly feel bad for him. I mean, there's a lot of anger and people change. You know, I was in my 20s when I was behaving like that. And even my late teens, the early 20s. So
and the
in my
Bible
30s,
says
I
it.
grew up.
It says when you were a child, you do childish things and you put away the toys and you become different. So if life experiences, we should change. We should be able to say, you know what I did then, it was not productive. It was not beneficial. It didn't get me anywhere. And so I started to work on myself to be a different person. I don't understand how that is very difficult to do. I think we all should be able to do that.
Absolutely.
Like just John, you probably said he had a choice. He said, I can be a hood dude and try to get results, or I can stand on my moral ground and get whatever I want.
And just to his point, as awful as it is that I was so mean, I learned so much about myself, and I'm a better person because of those experiences. And I think because I was in that space, and I can now truly empathize with people who are treated badly and who may be treating others badly, because I was that person. And I can understand why did it get to that point, and what were the things that allowed me to now get to the point that I'm at now. So, he's trying to attack me being a therapist, but I think a good therapist is somebody who's been through some things. I think if you haven't truly experienced life and you haven't had the ups and downs and the hard knocks, how can you truly relate to other people who come into therapy and are struggling if you've never been there? So him trying to take a dig at my profession, it doesn't work for me. And I feel bad for him because there's a lot of anger. There's a lot of anger towards women. And my hope is that he does talk to somebody and work through it. There was no reason for the conversation to turn the way that it did. I was simply trying to understand the question, and I was giving you the answer, but it wasn't the answer that you wanted. And there's nothing I can do about that.
Because that's what it is. He needed to put you in a box.
Yeah.
And we have people that me and Ronin have been on that several times before. When we try to say, like somebody tried to call us a passport bro. And I'm like, well, what's your definition of a passport bro? And they'll say guys that go overseas and have sex with women. And I'm like, well, I'm married. I travel, but how am I in that box? Or the guys that go say they want women, but they all go there and have sex. They say they want a traditional woman, but they never get married. And I'm like, well, that's not us. How you keep putting us in a box that we aren't in? By your definition, we obviously don't fit your definition. But no matter what, then we become passport bro adjacent, or it all becomes this because
Don't put me in that box. I'm a veteran. I ain't no passport
but they
bro
put you
shit.
in there because they need to put you in a box to fit whatever they're trying to explain. And if you're not in that box, they got to keep asking you or say, aha, see, you did something when you were 19 and now you fit into this criteria. And it's not everybody fits into that criteria.
Well, it's unfortunate. Like I said, that was my first negative experience like that. And I hope that he talks to somebody about whatever has hurt him, because clearly there's a lot of hurt there. And for you to be willing to, FUB and this, that, and the other, there was no reason for that. We were having a conversation and you weren't getting whatever you felt you were looking for. And that's on you. That's not on me.
And that's where I say it does become just John. This is where I say that women it becomes difficult for women with that rejection. And maybe they're so rude, because when women are nice and they say, I'm just not interested. Bitch, what you talking about? And it's like, it becomes an aggressive thing where it's like, how can I say I'm just not interested? And it can be for many reasons, but that aggressiveness is what I think women fear, just by saying, I kind of got a man or something.
Right. Sometimes it's necessary, because the problem is, I think this is guy mentality, where we want to linger. We want to linger because we're just waiting for like 3-4 years down the road. There's a little crack opening where we could fit in. And, and I think I can understand why women can be disrespectful. I can, because there's guys like that. I was trying to be one of those guys back then. I gotta be honest with you. So I can see why, but I was never called a milk dud, but I was never given a chance either.
What, Fearless? You ever repeat this again?
I wish I could remember that guy. I can picture him, but
I don't want you to remember his name.
That's a good story. That sounds like a good story there.
So wait a minute. I have to go to bed, but I want to again thank all of the men here. It's not easy being the only woman here, and I know there's times that there's unpopular opinions that I share, but I appreciate you all. I could literally feel you all protecting me just now, and I really appreciate that.
That's uncalled for. We can converse and we can talk, but you don't have to call somebody out of their name just because you don't agree with them. That's.
Well, I mean, I appreciate all of you guys. I was like, dang, they coming, they got my back. Anyway,
mean girl and all. What can I say?
No, I will say this. I want to tell you the difference.
Uh-huh.
Ronin did that for another lady, actually another lady who was trying to get on the panel, who questioned your psychologist degrees.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, you don't need to protect me and blah, blah, blah. So it's so weird that when men do that, the reaction of a traditional type woman compared to other women, because she cussed him out basically for.
No, I appreciated that. I felt everybody coming. John, Darnell, you, Ronin. I was like, well, dang. So no, I appreciate it, because it's not easy being the only woman on here. And I know that I say things that are not necessarily, popular, but I'm speaking from my experiences. And I don't know what was going on there, but I truly appreciate the fact that I could literally feel you guys. Like, I felt like I had all my brothers just standing there just now, and I appreciate that.
And not that you say it, but I don't think that respect does not need to have a gender. Meaning, you don't have to disrespect Darnell the same way you don't have to disrespect you. We can have a conversation and talk.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with disagreeing. Nothing wrong with that at all. As long as at the end of the day, stay respectful. Things of that nature. But as far as it's important to have, in my opinion, especially when talking about women, I think it's important to have a female's perspective, or all perspectives really, when you're talking about a topic or a subject, and us not, coming to your defense. Well, that's going to discourage other women from coming up here. And so at that point, what is the point?
And remember, he said something that was really crazy. He said he calls us simps, which is no problem. Remember in the beginning, I said that a masculine woman will never get sympathy from a man. A feminine woman will always get protected. So if me protecting a woman in her femininity is a simp, yeah, I guess I'll be a simp. Because I always will protect a woman who is in her feminine state. Because that's what a man should do. And when a woman is feminine, she deserves the protection and the umbrella of men. Yeah, I have no problem with that.
It's not even that.
And if you're on my show,
first of all, it's not even that. This is our show. She is a co-host of our show, and I don't give a damn who you are. You're going to come on this panel and be respectful of the host of this show.
Exactly.
Well, I appreciate y'all.
All right.
All right, I'm going
Georgia,
to bed.
we need a live stream of purely Georgia talking about how she rejected men in the past.
We're trying to get her. Listen, she's about to start a podcast.
Because if she's capable of calling a dude a milk dud, I don't know what the fuck she's doing. She's calling men in the past.
And do you know who I'm talking about? Man, you didn't even know his name. Who I'm talking about?
I'll never say it now. He's like semi-famous, so I'm not ever. I know what you're talking about.
All we know is his name starts with an N.
It was Noor or something.
No. Two different people.
Yeah, we're talking about Georgia and UC. Different people.
Two different people.
All right, I'm going to bed. Y'all have a good night. Thank you again.
Right.
This was interesting, and I'm looking forward to the next show.
Yes. I'll send you an invite out. The guys, we're probably going to stay on for about another 15 minutes here. And I just really want to get
channel is open. The link is tagged to the top of my chat. You might have to search it out in Fearless, as he ain't up to speed on that shit. So, but the link is in the chat. You can hit the link.
That's because people.
I thought Passport. What was his name again? Passport Mars.
Yeah.
I thought he was being genuine when he was trying to ask a question, but it wasn't until later on when I realized it was a little bit disingenuous to have a gotcha moment on someone,
Yeah.
But here goes the thing. Sometimes it's very difficult, especially when you're older, to say what point did things change. And if you can't dictate that point, it doesn't matter how much of a therapy. Like I said, it always goes over a period of time. No matter what. I can't say, the time that I thought, like, there's only certain things in my life that I can say, yeah, I had to hang it up. Like, I can say when I knew that I wasn't going to play football no more, when I got shook. Somebody shook me that I've never had somebody shake me where I fell down before in my life. And when that happened, I thought, oh man, I lost a step. It's time for me to hang it up. But there was probably many times way before that my level of play was not the same that it could have been. But it was that particular moment when I was like, that never happened.
Did you blow your knee out? Did you blow your knee out?
No, somebody put a move on me and I was like, damn.
He said it's over. He said it's over. I can't do it.
I've never.
Hey,
let me shout out
the super sticker from D Ward. Thank you for the $10 super sticker. I appreciate your brother, and I appreciate your support always. Thank you.
Well, Fearless, when you played college ball though, you were on scholarship though, right?
Yeah, this was after college. So then I was a terror. I was a terror then, man. It was after that when little dude was speedy, and I was like, God, oh man, what? I lost a step. Could I not? Because I think what happened, even when I like wrestled and things, it was like I relied on speed and strength, and then there comes a time when you lose those. It's just like Mike Tyson. No matter how good he was, he got to a point where his speed and his strength
wasn't enough.
Just for behind him, yeah. And so all of that knowledge, he was dodging blows that was already coming back. Like the dude would already bring the arm back, and he dodging. So your timing just becomes off. And when that happens, you say, "Yeah, I'm not the person I used to be. Passport Bro Mars, we all simulcast, brother. Our show is on each channel.
Is Drew G on?
Yeah, Drew G, how you doing today, brother? Are you beating anybody up that comes to the house? I just need to know.
today, brother.
Am I allowed to come over? I just want to know.
Fearless, why you want to come to my mama house, brother?
No, I just want to know if she cooking any sweet potato pie or something. Can I stop in and get a slice without you taking me to the room?
No.
I know that's right, brother. How you doing today, Drew?
But I wanted to ask Drew about the topic.
I don't even want to talk about that. Let's move on.
Well, Drew, I want to talk about your topic. About average.
No, the title of the stream.
Oh, being average. Oh, okay. I thought we were going back into the.
Oh, we ain't going back to that, bro.
Okay. I mentioned some good things in the chat earlier. Was that man, we're never going to change women's minds. It is what it is.
Right.
They're going to always look at us a certain way. We're going to look at them a certain way, and it's going to be that. That's why they say women are from Venus and men are from Mars. So,
but Drew, there used to be a time when the average man, he was okay.
Oh, absolutely.
The average man, so what happened? I mean, is average not good enough anymore?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, I think I said earlier in the chat was that I think that we got to a point where, like, I heard Marco Rubio say this a long time ago. He said, for some reason, our country moved away from the skills and trades positions, and they went to more college stuff. And the average man, he can get skilled trade. He built houses, did carpentry work, they did electrical work, plumbing, things like that. And then that was the average, the average working man, was blue collar man. But it got away from that. It got away to where you got to have this, and you're keeping up with the Joneses, and you're trying to get the newer car, and I think one of you guys mentioned that women are monkey branch from one person to the next person, and a lot of stuff has just occurred in our society that has changed things so much. So this relationship thing, man, we often hear it, just brothers, if you're not happy, and I think like Just John said, man, he got his passport and he went out and he found his happiness.
Yeah. I mean, you also got to look at it too, like what's different between then and now. You had back then, there was no internet, so your dating pool was local, unless you married a military man and got out of there. So if you were, say, in some
I'm gonna help you out,
State.
Darnell. Let me help
Okay.
you out with this, Darnell. This dude is about to say exactly what
A lot of men come to me with problems, and my only answer to them is masculine excellence. I say that in the world we live in today, being a normal man is going to be terrible. You have to be an exceptional man, because the sexual marketplace, especially, even if you just want to find a wife, is globalized. In 1955, if you met the hot girl in the Nebraskan town, she was the hot girl in the Nebraskan town. If you meet her today, she's being offered to go to Courchevel, being offered to fly to Dubai, and there's millionaires who can just fly her anywhere and give her anything she wants. And who are you?
I think that's exactly what you're saying, brother.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yep. You're being
I've
average.
seen this, man.
It used
I've
to be
seen
good.
this so many times, even at my age. I see this so much where they can have like 100 followers they can have a few hundred followers on their Instagram, and then the guy from Dubai will pay first class Emirates, just come over here and let's do the deed. And it's so many times it happens.
Look,
You've met
a
chicks
woman
like
will
this?
do.
Yeah.
Wow.
They're much more common than you think.
Well, I was going to ask a question, but I think it would be inappropriate, so I'm not going to ask it. That'd be something I'll probably ask offline.
I mean, as long as it's not rated X, and he don't have to go into details, but I mean,
I'll ask it offline. I think it's be best for the show.
Put it in a private chat and we can go.
Yeah.
Okay.
But Drew, what I say by that is the average man, is still the average man. The average woman is still the average woman, but the average woman expects so much more nowadays. How does he compete? I think Drew done went to sleep on it. Drew fighting somebody in the bed.
Drew, you're on mute.
I think it's also the snowball effect.
I'm still
you know,
here. It's chopping up some, so I don't know if you guys can hear me or not.
No, we can hear
We
you.
can hear you.
You're clear. He must have
We
the
hear
link.
your back feed in the back, but you're fine.
And I think it's on my end.
Yeah, we can hear you.
But I mean, the question, I don't know how the average man competes at all.
So I asked just John, now that you see that maybe you're an average man and you got a woman, how does that woman make you better? Or I don't know if are you guys official yet, or you're still dating? Maybe let me ask that first. Where are you guys at in your relationship?
well, if you don't mind, I want to start from the beginning.
All right.
You know, I'm going back to school, right? Headed back to school because I want to switch up my career, right? Because I want to do something that can help me be remote. You know, that's because I realize now I want that to be my end goal in life, you know? And then, you know, go back to school. I'm obviously the quiet one in the class, you know, in the back, just quiet, you know, because that's my personality, especially when I'm around so many people that I just don't know, you know? And so, fast forward, you know, a couple months later, the bell rings on the day of whatever the fuck the day was. I don't even remember. And then walk right out of class. And what happens? She bumps into me on purpose.
She's been paying attention to you for a long time, just to let you know.
It could be. It could be.
And I just got to give a shout out to David Ward. I'm sorry I missed this, Dave, and not to interrupt you. Thank you, David Ward, for 1041. Oh, that wasn't too long ago. Thank you, David Ward. He gave the $10 cash app. David Ward is in the house, brother, supporting the channel. Thank you, David Ward, my brother.
D Ward. Let's say D Ward.
I'm sorry, D Ward.
Right.
I think people would know D stands for either Darnell or David. But D Ward, I'll say D Ward. Thank you, sir, for the $10 cash app. That is muchly appreciated.
Yo.
Hey, you know what? I wanted to mention this. Darnell, man, I'm noticing a new swagger in you, man.
Yeah, he got
Darnell got
the
a
haircut. He been getting the haircut, keeping it trimmed up. He went on a date. Darnell is flipping over some serious leaves over here. You know what I'm saying?
I started noticing. I was like, man, look at Darnell.
That's wagging it. And we're gonna get to Darnell. I just want to hear just John about this woman been paying attention to him all through class while he's sitting in the back. Go ahead, just John. She dropped them books in front of you so you can pick them up. Go ahead.
Right. So she purposely, you know, bumps into me, you know, as we're leaving the class. And then I'm like, oh, well, I'm sorry. Let me pick that stuff up for you, right? Because she had her bag as well that fell, right? So I was being the man. I picked it up and stuff like that. And then she engages right? Because I wasn't going to engage the conversation. I'm not going to lie to you guys. Because I was at the point, I think you guys knew this already.
When it hits you.
I was already
exactly when it hits you. When you try to ignore them.
I'm gonna tell you what it was. This is what it was. When you aren't thirsty anymore and you're not pursuing them, that's when women pursue you. And I say that because, like, as a married guy, if I don't look at women, that's when they come at me. It's like, man, what the hell? You know, he's not paying attention. So all the guys in the classroom might have been sweating it. You're the one guy that said, I'm not sweating it. And she wants to know, well, why is John not looking at me? Because 99% of these dudes been trying to holler at me, but he hasn't. And that is intriguing to a woman. Go ahead, brother.
Right. So, where was I at?
She done dropped the books and kept engaging that conversation.
Right. So she starts the conversation off asking about my name. I knew she already knew my name. It's just ridiculous, right? She asked me for my name. I asked her for her name as if I didn't know, but I already know, right?
Mhm.
And then from there, she just asked me some stuff about life and stuff like that, like how's it going and stuff. I'm on my way back home, right? Because class is done. I'm out of here. That was my mentality. I was like, okay, I'm gonna pick these books up for her real quick, and then just fucking go on with my day, right? That was my mentality. But then she has to carry the conversation on for so long, and we start walking out
She was
together.
waiting for you to ask her to go to have coffee or something. Sit down, and have
What's
a
that number?
conversation.
What's
We're
that
getting to
number?
that. We're getting to
Mouth
that.
do.
Relax. We're getting to that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny you say that, Ronan, because as we're walking out, I was actually headed to the cafe.
There you
I was
go.
actually headed to the cafe, and then walking towards the cafe, right? I was like, hey, why don't you stop by with me? Let's go to Starbucks together really quick. And, I'd like to buy you a cup of coffee. And then, she started, you can see, when a woman's happy, her eyes talk. It's not really her smile. And that's when I knew, like, all right, man, I got something at least, right? And so from there, she was, we had coffee together for like 5 minutes, right? Because I had to leave anyway. But I was like, well, I have to go. And then I just simply said, hey, you know what? I'd love to go for another cup of coffee before class starts in the morning, And she was just like, yeah, we can meet up before class. And that's how things progressed.
So you telling me that you didn't have to go to Ruth Chris, you didn't have the Cheesecake Factory, whatnot. You could have just got some Starbucks coffee.
Not this time.
Oh
Man, he done met up
Trust
with
me,
her.
any other time I probably would have had to go to Mastro's.
He done met up with her twice for less than $20.
Hello.
I know that's
There's
Now,
your
let me give-
ROI right there, Darnell. That's your ROI right there.
Yeah. And let me give you some advice, just John. Still be intriguing. I know it might be like I'm not with her and I'm trying to get with her. Exactly. You got to still be intriguing, because if you seem desperate, they see it on you. It's kind of crazy that you still have to play like I'm not really interested. I'm interested, but I got other options. You called me on Thursday. I already got plans on Friday, but maybe we can make plans for Saturday. It's sad that we got to play that game, but if you always are available, they become as though, well, why is he always available?
Right. Those are the fucking mind games I hate, right? Because
Yes,
I'm a
you-
busy person anyway, because I also have my job. I have my job and then I have this. I'm trying to do both, right? And so the little spare time that I have, I do spend with her, But I also have to do my homework and stuff like that, and I have to get things done because my life is busy. I don't even sleep 8 hours for the most part every day, But I'm in a happy position right now, and yeah,
But
for the most part,
remember this.
I'm content.
You going to school for a purpose.
Yep.
Do not let anyone or any box take you off that purpose.
Facts.
Because once you go down that route, it's
You
a
may
wrap.
never come back.
Exactly. So you always got to put I know it's crazy. You put yourself first, your priority second, and her third. And if she can't fit into that, that's how it is. I'm sorry, boo. But she will respect you more by doing that, by standing firm on that. When you start saying, oh, I can cancel this and cancel that, you got too much time, she's not. It's like, baby, you can roll with me. We can roll this ride together. Once I get there, you can be right with me. But you got to take the ride. That's all. And it's sad that we had to play the game, but in any time in nature, the male always has to play that game. He got to spread the wings. He got to make the call. He got to do all the dumb things that, to get the attention to keep him on. But congratulations.
Right. And I think you are so right. Thank you, Fearless. I appreciate that, man. I'm happy I have a blonde.
Oh, you going to
you got that
you
Nordic
bunny
looking chick that
he bunny hopping.
He went to Europe
I'm
for
bunny
his first
house.
trip. His first
Man,
trip,
you know
he didn't
me, man.
do
I
it
love
cheap.
disappointing my ancestors.
Listen.
Ain't no wrong with that.
His first trip, he didn't go cheap. He didn't go to South America or Dominican Republic. He flew right to Europe. Okay, he knew what he wanted. He wanted a snow bunny. He go right to Europe. Okay.
Not only Europe, he went to Scandinavia, which is a lot more expensive.
Hey, D Ward, talking about them trips. D Ward, this is what I got. I got to get the sit. You see, that's the roof. You see, that's what I got to spend money on. The roof Chris gift certificate. I'm lucky you don't have to do that, John. You good to go. You don't have to spend that money no more. You can Starbucks, and nothing wrong with Starbucks, bro.
Right.
Hey, you didn't have
Starbucks,
to.
man, it's a great ROI. A $5 latte.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing
Hey,
wrong with that.
it's a lot better than my than my
John.
initial investment.
Just John. The next thing you need to do is figure out whether she can cook, and have her come over and cook you a meal while you're studying.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's definitely gonna happen one day. But for now, I'm too busy. I got my job.
Enjoy the
I have
ride,
work, I have
brother.
school at the
Enjoy the
same time.
ride.
No, I'm not retired from the passport. From traveling, as someone asked in the chat. I will definitely continue because I need to keep my options open. Because I accept that for the most part, it's just my turn. That's the way I look at it right now. Is she's not mine. It's just my turn. But I'm gonna enjoy my turn while I can.
And
How old
sometimes
is
what
she?
you do is
She's 20.
She's 20
if
and
you
you're
get
36.
No, I'm 23.
Oh, 23.
What
I'm
I
sorry.
found, the thing sometimes you have to do is either take her to a place where there are not traditional women or overseas. Like you like, hey, it's about to be spring break. We can take a little trip, a little 3-day trip down to Mexico. And when she see how those women call you Papacita, it's a whole different ball game. She's like, damn, you got it like that.
No, Fearless. Oh, hell no.
I'm telling you, them chicks, you take them somewhere and they like, man, I didn't know you was that popular. You know?
Don't bring sand to the beach, Jess John.
Oh man, nothing wrong with that yet. Nothing wrong with that yet. She a blonde? Shit, you put on the beach. Look, I'm letting you know, other women is kind of weird, but other women see you with that tall blonde, they want to know how you got her and how can I be a part of the team.
So, Jess John, this is the question then. What is her ranking? Would she be like the Kevin Samuel rank? Is she 1 through 7? What do you rank her? A 6?
And you can't use 7.
Yeah, you can't
8.
use 7. She's 8.
She's definitely not a 10. She's not a 10 because I have seen hotter. But I would say that compared to most that I've seen, and this is why I said earlier in the stream, I got lucky because it just somehow happens that she's quite attractive.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, ain't
Nothing wrong with that.
That's why I'm just waiting on the football player to hit her up so she can just dump me already. Because
No,
it's
no,
eventually going to happen, bro. It's my turn.
You can't sit there and listen, wait for the other shooter,
I'ma tell
bro. You don't do that.
It might not happen because, man, I mean, I don't know how you look, and I'm not assuming anything, but at my gym, I notice a lot of hot girls with guys. You're like, man, why is she with that dude? But they get along. So if you get along with her, that's all that counts.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Drew. I appreciate the advice y'all are giving me.
And don't think of it like that. You playing yourself to think that somebody else can come along. Don't think that. Think you the best that she gonna get, and let her know that. Even if you ain't. You're like, man, I'm the best you gonna get. Them other dudes, they may be ball players, but they gonna use you. I'm the dude
I
you
wouldn't
wish you married 10 years ago.
I wouldn't say it in those words though. Find a way to, clean it up.
Okay.
It kind of sounds like it. Okay, well, do what Fearless says, and I hope it worked.
I mean, but she don't have to say it to you. If she says it or something comes up, you're like, I already know my worth. Because here's the thing, John, what women are attracted to more than anything is your confidence, brother. If you say you can do it, you can do it, and you just think you that man. That's why when I was saying that the guys who are not as attractive got women because they have a confidence and they just think they the finest thing there is. I talked about this girl that was in my high school. I don't want to give her name. But she was like just the average woman. And she thought she was fine as hell. And eventually you start to look at her like, the first day of school, you're like, man, she ain't all that. By the time you got to like November, you're like, man, she kind of cute. I don't know what it is about her. You couldn't pinpoint it. But it was her confidence. She thought she was so fine that you started to think she was so fine.
Nah, brother, that was your thirst.
Nah, brother, there wasn't no thirst because I had a lot of them. But that was when I was like, man, I got to get with her. I don't know why. I just like, shoot, she ain't the finest, but damn, there's something about her. And I've seen guys like that. Just imagine guys that you talk to that are just average dudes. And the girl be like, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's his personality. It's just, they say personality because he has a confidence about him. He's funny. He's that. He's this. So they can't pinpoint his looks. They can't pinpoint his body, but it's really his confidence that they're attracted to. That personality means, man, he has a confidence and aura about him that I'm attracted to.
Remember when we had Anna on the show the other week? She said two things: confidence and charisma. And she had a dude that was a troll, and the guy had money, but he looked like a troll. He wasn't her type, but he could pull damn near every woman in the room, and they were beautiful.
Yeah.
So, right. Yeah. I mean, that's the annoying part about this is you still have to play the game, right? You still need to, you can't free up all the time to go see her and stuff like that. I definitely understand that part of the game.
Let me tell you this.
That was part of the reason why I even left in the first place.
Just John. I've been married almost 10 years. I still got to play the game.
Yeah, I hear you, man.
And it seems I got to have a priority. And at any time I say to my wife, hey, you leave me, I'm going to be all right. Ain't nothing. You're not going to take me off my purpose. You're not going to take me off this because I know where I have to be. And I know that if you left me by me being on my purpose, I can replace you. It's sad, but I can replace you. And we go out and she knows that other women look at me because she'll be like, she'll spot the women before I spot the women. She'll be like, that woman looking at you. I'm like, oh, look at me. Or she'll be like, that girl keep looking over at you. So that lets them know that you're still attractive, that you're still out there, that you can still get them, because other women start to see that confidence in how you walk. Even when I walk with her through the mall, she's like, damn, how I walk, because I'll walk in a way that's just like my dad never let me walk like down, my head down and nothing like that, man. It was, your shoulders got to be up. You look at people in your eye, and she has to calm me down because she says, sometimes you're intimidating people. I'm like, how? I'm not intimidating. I'm just talking nice. She's like, nah, the way you talk to him. Like even with the waiter, I remember she was saying when the waiter come over, I don't even look. I'm like, yeah, I'm looking at this. And she says, I'm so dismissive. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't want to be like that. But it's just, that's how I am. And so that confidence eludes. And so don't ever lose it, man. No matter how, it's a game you always going to play to the end of time. That's just what we are. Oh, no, Passport Bro, I'm not with a black chick, brother. I am not with a black chick. There's nothing wrong with black women. Love black women. I had them. I'm just not with one. I'm not with the snow bunny either. I'm just with a crazy Latina. If Fearless got a black chick, she's cheating. Here's the thing, brother. I'm so much on my purpose. I don't. Here go the thing, John. I don't care.
Oh man, these dudes.
Me too, man. I'm at that stage
John,
right now
that was
too.
Mars, right?
Yeah.
I don't care. I know where my finances are.
I told y'all how I was in the military, and anybody who's ever done military time, you should already know. When you away, you ain't giving a fuck about what she's doing. And you're going to do whatever the fuck you want to do while you gone. If she's home when you come back, and guess what? Whoever it was couldn't drag her away from you.
I'm too much on my purpose. I don't have time for that. I know that she knows that, and she knows my personality. Anybody replaceable. I don't put that effort in. Okay. I know what I offer, and I know it's just like this. If you have a great job and you don't go to it and you lose it, you don't want to lose that great job. So you do everything you can to keep it.
Man, you pulled out the J Rello.
Good J Rello. Tell your chick I said hello.
You pulled the J Rello analogy.
But a lot of dudes follow and creep over that. I'm just on a different purpose, and my I have never shamed it. I said you can't be first. I'm sorry. I have to be first. My purpose has to be second. You have to be third, because if at any time I lose my purpose, we all fall down. We all go. I have to stand on a structure, and they understand it, and they respect you for that.
Richard.
How you doing, Richard? And your mic is okay. Your levels are great, Richard. How you doing, sir?
Greetings, gentlemen.
And we're gonna do about 15 more minutes. I keep saying 2 hours. I don't know how we peak on the 4 hours, fella.
I don't know why y'all keep trying
to. Yeah.
You know, you're getting.
Wait a minute. I thought we were going to talk to Darnell next.
Darnell walk. I don't know what Darnell doing. He got
Darnell Roman. He doing an IRL stream over there on our panel. What the fuck?
Yeah.
No, I'm still listening. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Rich. What you have on the topic of being average?
Greetings, gentlemen. How are my levels?
Fantastic.
They're great.
That's my intro. Anyway, I thought this was a really good topic today. There was an oldie that played in my head in the background by an old R&B group called Average Man. Well, I'm just an average man and I don't know how to show you. And, I grew up like in the late 60s, early 70s, and that song kept playing in my head. And I was thinking, women like average men too. And I've been an average man. I've been a great man. I've been many men as we evolve throughout life. But I thought this was a great topic. I'm just here, for the support. And I got to say, Darnell, you're looking good, kid. All that smack they was talking about you need to clean up and whatever.
No, American Live Richard, what you don't understand is he did clean up. He finally got his hair cut.
Yeah,
he finally got his shave. He finally got that beard shaved. He's not looking like a mountain man. He got his cool glasses on, and he got a date. See, that's what happens when you clean up and you do something good. I told him once he does that, he's gonna get some confidence in himself, his pep in his step. Look at him. Look at that pep in his step as that brother walking. Glasses on. He got a smile on his face. Now he can get that women. And he gonna give it to her with the right strokes. See, before he would have been a minute man in and out. Now he got the D in Darnell. Ain't that right, Darnell? You put the D in
Thursday night therapy session after dark. Is that where we're going?
That's what we're trying to get that, bro.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. No, but listen, shout to Just John, man. What an intelligent young brother. Real talk. And also to Drew, always great to see him up in the panel with his insights. I do have a quick story though. So I met this Aussie out here, Australian, and he's dating this Thai woman, and we get together for a couple of brews every now and then, and all he talks about is how bad she's treating him. And he's an above average guy,
It's a white guy?
What Australian, yeah. Yeah. White guy, white Australian. Let me make that clear. I apologize.
That's pretty rare for an Asian woman to be treating him like that.
It's pretty rare for him to accept that.
Well, that's the point I was trying to get at, Felix. You are incredibly intuitive. It's what we accept. And, I heard y'all talking earlier, and shout to the brother who was up earlier, Todd. I think that's Dr. Todd. But anyway, I thought so. I'm a sub on his channel. He made some incredibly good points about good D, but good P trumps good D all the time. Does anybody get that? I see Felix.
I do.
No.
But my thing is, when you haven't had that good P, you fall for it. And to me, good P will keep me there. No, here, good P will keep me there like a month longer.
For a minute.
Yeah, a month longer than what I should be. About a month longer than what I should be. And if she got a good squeeze game, it might be 2 months. If she bisexual, I might, and she got a good girlfriend, I might stay 3 months longer.
Yeah,
that's about it. After that, because then it gets normal. It's like, you brought your girl over and it's good, but your attitude is screwy. And then you realize I can get it anywhere. But it'll keep me there about 3 months longer than I should be.
Facts.
I'm only going to agree with you, Fearless, because I had pretty boy privilege too when I was young. Just like Darnell, he got pretty boy privilege.
PW, I mean, you can only be PW'd when you were younger. As you get older, you can't get pussy whipped. You whipping that pussy.
Hey y'all, I'm gonna go
I
ahead and
agree.
take off. I appreciate everybody on the panel.
Just
You know,
John,
Just
thank
John,
y'all
we
for the
appreciate
advice.
you, man.
Good luck.
Much
You got to keep us
appreciated, brother.
informed, Just John, on your girl. I want to know how that goes. And what can I ask? What state you're in, Just John?
California.
Just John,
you got you a blonde in California? Oh,
Just John,
that came up.
Wait, Just John, as your counselor, I would advise you not to answer any further questions.
That was enough. California, 6'4". He got a blonde chick.
Keep your business to yourself on the YouTube streets, for real.
Sir. In the words of Tony,
I'm gonna go ahead and shut my mouth up before I reveal too much.
Right. It never rains in Southern California. My goodness.
Oh, it
Go
rains
ahead, brother.
there.
Oh, it rains.
It rains like a motherfucker.
Mudslides
Just John,
and everything
I
else.
just wanted to show my appreciation for that young brother, man, because he's on the right track. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He's on the right track. He's going to be fine.
He absolutely.
But I want to get back to this young fella that I met over here. He's in his 40s, and all he does is complain about this girl he's dating, and that's why I say good P trumps good D every day. And shout out to Dr. Georgia, because she was delivering some incredible points. And shout out to Passport Mars. You know, he kind of got at her neck a little bit, and I agree that maybe when it got ignorant, it was time to shut it down. But he was making some good points. And one of the things I'd like to know more about Dr. Georgia is, and I've asked this question in the chat earlier, you ever had your heart broke, girl? All tall and gorgeous like you were back then, and you're still gorgeous now? You ever had your heart broke, fellas?
Oh, you know what? You already know she has.
I played the video. I said, I played the video earlier. I said every man had experienced that. Now, I'll play it again if you didn't see it. This is every man.
Well, okay, not every man, but I'm asking. Women have a harder time admitting to that.
No, you think women have a hard time admitting that they had a heart broke? I think men have a harder time.
Okay.
You don't think that? Because women are already emotional. They say, yeah, he did this and he hurt me in this, but girl, I'm gonna move on. It's guys that try to stay tough and try to say, nah, can't no chick hurt me. I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna do this. And them same dudes be under the covers shaking when they crying. They done lost 10 pounds and
Constantly trying to dip and figure out what the fuck she's up to.
Well, to that point,
damn, they're
fellas,
stalking her.
And I tell in American Life, this is what I tell women.
Hold on. Have you guys ever been under the covers shivering like that?
Brother, look, let me tell you, American Life, this is what I told many women. And I told women, I said, you know what? You created me. And I tell every woman, when she met a man who's a dog, that woman created him. Because a man comes into relationships innocent. They come open. They come everything. And it takes that one woman to cheat on them, to do them bad. And once they do that, I said, you created the Frankenstein that you no longer want to date. And when a man, and oh, brother, all the time, what you talking about? Every man that has been through that, if you meet a man who is a player, some woman, why you think the famous thing that a woman says to a man is what? Who hurt you? We don't say that to women. Women always say to men, who hurt you? Because they know that some woman in his past did him so dirty that he don't trust anymore, he don't care anymore, and he became the dog. Even I remember Richard Pryor used to have a saying. He said, in order to graduate to become a man, you have to have your heart broken. That's the only way you can become a man.
I have a call I've got to take, but I'll leave the panel with this. You make a very good point, Fearless, because I have a friend. I always say this to her.
Hold up, before you leave.
A woman makes a man.
Hold up, before you leave, because I know you got to take that call. Let me see if I can share this screen real quick. And I think I haven't found it. Let me see if I can do it.
Graduate so the woman breaks your fucking heart. That is your diploma. It either kill you or make you fat. I don't know. It's like men cannot graduate till a woman breaks your fucking heart.
Exactly. Did you hear that? That was way back then, brother. And that's Richard Pryor telling you exactly what happens with a man. The only way a man can become that a man is when a woman destroys him. And when I tell women the reason he's not like that man is because some woman destroyed him. And that's not me. That was Richard Pryor back in the day, brother.
Phyllis, you've been destroyed by a woman?
Oh man, I've been hurt. Yeah, I told my story. I said my.
I would say this: any man that's sitting here lying right now that says they've never been destroyed by a woman, it's a lie.
Darnell?
Oh, absolutely. I've said my story multiple times on here.
Drew.
Matter of fact,
Sure.
I can show my
like a gut punch.
Wait. Can Drew answer? Drew,
said
have you ever
it
been
was like a gut punch.
Yeah, I said it
I
felt like
didn't
a
hear
gut
it.
punch.
Okay.
Matter of fact, I can even show my ex-girl from my high school. I'll show her right here.
None of my ex's pictures.
Oh no! No, this is from. Let me see if I can take her. I don't think I can take her name off. Let me see if I can make it so big that how can I do this? That I don't have to share the screen.
I had to say you about to put her face out on the internet like that.
No, I mean back in the day, this is over
Big booty.
40 years ago.
You wouldn't
I'm still a friend. This was my ex back in the day. This is who she looked like now. She got me back in the day. So I can't be mad at her. So that's, she's still looking good today, but that's stuff happens. So she broke me, but I had something to broke.
Hey, I know y'all got to go. I got to go. I'm going to take this call. It's from the States, so it's a different time zone there, and I got to take one. I can get them from the fam or whatnot. And great show today, fellas. Please keep doing your thizzle. If there's anything that you suggest to me that I could do, co-stream, simulcast, whatever I can do to help spread the word. I've got a bunch of different Facebook pages. I got a couple of grams. Whatever I can do to spread the word, man. I'm here to support for real. And to poke the bear. I'm here to poke the bear.
Poke that bear. We all good. Oh yeah, that's her today, brother. She looking good. I wonder if I could get a picture. She looking good today.
All right, let me see. Somebody got their turn signal on, so they must be turning left.
My bad.
Darnell.
It's all right, Darnell. You look. It's all good, man. She must not look that good. Maybe I'm on delay.
Yeah, that's her today. She looking good, right? But things happen. I wasn't mad at her. We was friends. I can't. She the one who told me I need to get my legs up. She's like, you got to do some squats, brother. You got to do some squats. I said, oh man, it's like that.
So you big all upper body, huh? You just all upper body.
Oh no, I was in the. You gotta remember, I was in the 8th grade. Oh, you ain't know.
So
I was in the 8th grade.
You a D-back. You play D-back, not running back or none of that. You
see if I can. I don't think you ever seen
my
stuff.
stuff. Go, fellas. I really do. I'm being rude, man. Peace and love. I'm gonna keep watching though.
All right, Richard.
Here for the support. Thanks for letting me up, man.
Sir.
Appreciate y'all.
No problem. Sir.
But I think any guys, we got to take what something happens to us and says, man, I got to turn it around. So I didn't take it as like a bad thing. I was like, you know what? Oh man, this is something I gotta change and do something completely different. I was like, so it was a great thing for me.
So that's why I called it. When I said, rejection and things like that are being, rejected by a woman. It's a double-edged sword, and it just depends on how you use it. You can either use it to make you better, or you can use it and become even worse. So it just depends.
Correct. And I think as men, that's what we need to do. We go into our monk mode. We say, all right, this didn't work for us, or this is not right. And what can we do to make our lives better? I said, oh man, that's what we had to do to come up. And I've told many men on this when I've had some consultations. I said, man, go into your little monk mode, lift, do whatever you want. And then when you finish doing all of that, you won't even want that girl.
Mm-hmm.
You would have outgrown her. You would have been so much better, because once you've elevated yourself, you'll ask, well, why do I even need her? I don't even need her now, because now you've elevated so much. So I like to see that guys go through that, because they come out on the other side so much better than they went in. And it's that journey that helps them out. If they don't go through that journey, they just can't get there. That journey really helps them get to another stage. So Drew, what happened with you, brother? Well, we know how you got your heart broke. You beat some dude up. What happened to Drew? Drew wasn't playing that. He's like, look, you gonna break my heart? I'm breaking your nose.
Said, I'm breaking bones.
That's right.
He wasn't playing it, brother.
That's right.
Said, not my mama biscuits.
Coming up in my house, all cool.
Right. You're not getting none of my mama biscuits. Brother. I understand. But I think that's just what helps us out and makes us better people, that going through that character.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
And so Darnell, you go ahead, Drew. Go ahead.
I'm about to say everything that we go through in life, man, that's what the book was written. You know, we're supposed to go through it.
Exactly.
Darnell, I want to end with you a little bit, brother. I want to, this metamorphosis that you've gone through with the haircut.
Hey, give me a minute. Give me a minute. I'm in the store. They got music playing. I don't want you guys to get struck.
All right.
So, hey, just on another subject, what y'all think about this release of this Epstein lease?
I don't think they're going to do all of that, because there's too many powerful people that they take care of that with, and I don't think that they.
Plus, Trump was his best friend, one of his friends. Why would
I think
that happen?
I think what they'll show, Drew, is maybe this, like, oh, who was on the plane or who went to the island, but they won't show who went to the island, like, because I can say, yeah, I went there one time because I was on business or invited me and I didn't know what was going on, but they won't show the people who went there several times. They won't take the women who massaged somebody and say who they massaged when they were 16 and they invited them back. They won't do any of that information.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think they're gonna show it all. I really do.
You think so? They're gonna open it up? I just one thing I
said that the prominent names that they saw off the list based upon what they released so far. I saw Alec Baldwin was on there. Who was the Prime Minister of England? Tony Blair.
Tony Blair back in the day.
Was on there.
But see, that's how you get out of it, Drew, is because you can say, oh, he was a prominent person. He was a multi-millionaire. And just like, what's the Microsoft guy? Bill Gates. He's like, oh, yeah, I went there like a few times because we were talking about business. So you can always say that your first times or whenever you was there, it was about business and you didn't know anything else. So that's easy to say a list. It's the people who contributed or like went there multiple times. And what they're not redoing is they're not releasing the women who were involved. They're saying, oh, we're trying to protect the women. Well, the women at this time are all over the age of 18. They're no longer minors. But they're not going to release them and say, who were they with?
Yeah.
All right. I'm outside the store now, Fearless.
No problem, brother. So I want to know, Darnell, your new transformation. How you feel now, brother? You got your hair cut. You got a beard trim. You got a date. How does it make you feel? Do you have a new swag on life?
I mean, I'm not gonna say I got a new swagger or anything. I think I'm the same dude, but I I mean, I will say, it was nice. Been the first. Well, I went on 2 dates now, but it's been the first 2 dates I've had in years.
All right. We like to see that. Now, don't cock the gun too soon. We don't want you to come out of the horse trap too fast. Now, just take it slow.
Yeah, stay in the pocket. Stay in the pocket. Stay consistent.
Yeah. As I say, the brothers I give the advice to, before you know you're going to be intimate, go ahead and get you one off in the bathroom, so you good.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. Like I don't even think. I mean, to be honest with you, not that I'm trying to, think it's going to really amount to much. I mean, the problem is there's an age gap. So
it's all right. Is she older or younger?
How much of an age gap?
She's 21. I'm 38.
Oh shit.
Oh, you're only 38.
Yeah.
Bro, why are you looking older than me?
Damn. Okay.
Yeah, man.
Why are you looking older than me? I thought you in your 40s or something. What the fuck?
Nope. 38.
You're 38. Yeah, man. You need to keep your haircut, bro. Don't do that no more.
Yeah, I thought you were.
Because you were looking old as fuck.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Drew said he thought you was in the Vietnam War.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well, good for you, Darnell. 21 and 38, man. You be like
Yeah, she might. Here's the thing. Now like we said, that P may be better than the D. She might. Them young girls know how to put it on you, brother. Man. Don't fall in love and start giving up your whole retirement check.
Yeah, don't.
Oh yeah.
Please don't do that.
I was looking at rest in peace, Gene
so
Hackman.
I guess the Brazil
he was in like 30 years, 31-year-old age gap.
I guess the DR Brazil trip is over.
Yeah.
Yeah, he died. Here's Gene Hackman. He died with his wife and the dog. I don't know what happened with that.
That's strange, man. Unless there was some type of carbon monoxide or something. But his wife was 60 something. He was 95.
98.
Yeah, and I think they got married when she was 31 and he was like, 60 something?
He wasn't playing. She probably thought he was going to die soon. He's like, shit, I'm living long.
He's like, no, we're going to die together.
I mean,
I know that.
It is true. Men do live longer when they're married. If they're happily married, because a woman can poison the fuck out of you. But anyway, I was just asking Darnell, so the DR Brazilian thing is over for right now.
I'm still going to go to DR, but I don't know. One of the girls, I don't know. I just don't know right now. Like,
but then that's a no.
mean,
if you got that, that's a no.
Yeah, if you got to
don't
think
even
about it
torture
3
yourself.
times.
Don't even torture yourself like that. It's a no.
Reset. Yeah, I mean,
reset.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. She keeps hitting me up. I kind of got a little upset with her.
Is she asking for cheddar?
Yep.
Then that's a no.
Yeah. And it just kind of, because I'd already sent her some money. I sent, I sent her like, some money, and then not even a month later.
How much you sent it there?
No, don't say it. Don't you?
Yeah.
How much you sent it?
Let's just say.
We can talk in the back. No, don't you put that out there like that, man.
Darnell. We talked about this, brother.
No, it was just okay to help her out and stuff like that. Okay, but like then 3 weeks later,
put that Captain America goddamn cape up.
Darnell, Ronin and Fearless. That's what I put in the back chat. That. The observation. That's what I think we should talk in the back.
Yeah, we need to go ahead and it's 4 hours and 7 minutes into the live. We can go ahead and end this now.
Yeah.
And reconvene in the back office.
I ain't gonna. I'm gonna go to sleep because
well,
I gotta do.
You need to stay up for half a second. At least listen to half of this.
Darnell ain't gonna listen. We told Darnell. We said to Darnell,
this kind of haircut.
A fool and his money will soon be separated.
Well, I mean that's why you know what I'm saying. That's why I just kind of said, you know what, it's just not working. Like I'm like, You know, I mean, it's like, okay, every damn month, like this was enough money, in my opinion, especially for Brazil. This was enough money to should have went a whole lot further than not, 3 weeks.
Oh shit! Shut up!
Hey,
Stop talking.
Into the stream.
We're ending the stream right now. Hold on, it's coming right now. We see y'all later. Have a good night. Goodbye.
Hit that like button, people. Hit that like button.
I know I've been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding, still in it, I've been counting these digits, excuse me. I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me. The crash came when the cash came. Spend it before you get it like those rookies all on draft day. For the love like it's match game. Hit the ground running, really do it for my last name. They act different when the facts change. I'm not with the tit for tat games. In my own league, I don't chase game. In my own league, I don't hang with lanes. I know I've been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding, still in it, I've been counting these digits, excuse me. I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me. Now how could that be? Talking about who can be talking about me? Feeling like Stretch where I got all this reach. Feeling too blessed when I step on these beats.